presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Black Hawks. We are Wisconsin.
Saturday Night Baseball here in Milwaukee. The sun was out earlier today. The Tailgaters are just outside Miller Park getting ready for Game 3 between this series of the San Diego Padres and the Milwaukee Brewers. Chris Carter had the RBI sac fly last night in the first inning. That helps the Brewers to their first 1-0 win since September 20th, 2014 at Pittsburgh against the Pirates. Carter out of the lineup tonight, but here are the guys that will start Game 3. It's Wily Peralta. For the Crew, he's coming off of a 6-inning, 2-run performance against Miami, and Luis Perdomo for the Padres is getting ready for his first career start. Getting ready for Game 3, I'm Sophia Minner, and for Wily Peralta, it was a quality start, but he did take the loss in Miami. It was 10 hits allowed, but did surrender just 2 runs, so Peralta was pleased with how he was able to limit the damage, and here's what he had to say about what he needs to do moving forward here tonight against the Padres.
When you get that many in, it just means you get a lot of run on base, so you have to work a little bit harder. And, just trying to make a pitch and trying to get a double play. I think in Miami, it worked that way for me. Just get a lot of people on base, but I was able to make a pitch when I have to.
The Brewers starting rotation has put together 3 straight quality starts, and they would love nothing more than to get a 4th here tonight from Wily Peralta as we get ready for Game 3. And we go up to our game announcers, and it feels like opening day all over again. It's the return of Brian Anderson along with Bill Schroeder. And BA, you did a terrific job covering the NBA playoffs for Turner. But this is baseball. There's no clock. We do innings here, hits and runs. There's not the reigning MVP, Steph Curry. But you are reunited with our guy, Rock. And really, there's nothing better.
There is nothing better. Thank you, Sophia, for that setup. And I'm here with noted author, best-selling author, Bill Schroeder. It's great to be back with you again, my friend. You haven't changed a bit.
See, you're lying already. It didn't take long. It is you. It's a mirage. I used to been watching you on the NBA. Nice job, by the way.
You've been watching my games while you've been doing your own games.
Yeah, absolutely. ISO monitor.
I don't believe him. It is great to be back with you. I'm looking forward to getting back with the team. We're going to carry on as normal the rest of the way. So the pitching has been a really interesting story. You know, when I left, the pitching was in a little bit of disarray, but it seems like they've gotten some things figured out here in the last 3 games.
And the starting rotation is certainly starting to do their end, and it certainly has been a struggle up until about 10 days ago. And Junior Garrett was the guy that kind of started a really good run for the starting rotation. Guys are all of a sudden eating up 6 innings, keeping the Brewers engaged. You remember early in the season, the Brewers were falling behind big early in games. Starting rotation wasn't able to, eat up innings and putting a lot of stress and strain on that bullpen, but things are starting to turn around. It's going to be important for Willie to continue that. Willie's starting to throw the ball well, but the bullpen all season long has been terrific. Last 8 games, look at what they've been able to do. A 150 earned run average, 2-0. Everybody wants to talk about the back end of the bullpen, with Blazek, Thornburg, and Jeffress, but as we've been talking about, every one of these guys have been outstanding all season long. Now it's the starting rotation's turn to start taking a little bit of pressure off of them.
Good to be back with you, partner. Let's have some fun tonight. It's Game 3, Brewers, Padres. Let's talk a little bit about the offense, see if we can get them going here tonight. Getting you ready for first pitch from Miller Park.
Baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. By your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. And by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. Making our way toward first pitch Saturday night, Miller Park, Milwaukee. Got a concert after the game as well. Andy Grammer is in town. Domingo Santana, he's swinging the bat well over his last three. Back in the lineup. He's hitting cleanup tonight as Scooter Gennett continues his path to health, and glad to see him back in the lineup as well. And on the mound for the Brew Crew, Willie Peralta. Brewers Padres all ready to roll. Lineup's first pitch, game 3, coming your way next. Is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. By your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. And by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. Making our way toward first pitch Saturday night, Miller Park, Milwaukee. Got a concert after the game as well. Andy Grammer is in town. Domingo Santana, he's swinging the bat well over his last three. Back in the lineup. He's hitting cleanup tonight as Scooter Gennett continues his path to health, and glad to see him back in the lineup as well. And on the mound for the Brew Crew, Willie Peralta. Brewers Padres all ready to roll. Lineup's first pitch, game 3, coming your way next. Willie Peralta leads the Brewers out onto the field at Miller Park on a Saturday night, making start number 8 here this evening. Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin, presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. 44 degrees. Wow, what a spring.
Did you dress for it?
Let go, Winter. Just let go. The roof is all closed up here tonight. And let's take a look at the starting lineup for the San Diego Padres. Andy Green manages. Travis Janikowski, Will Myers, Matt Kemp will start it. You got Wallace, Upton, and Ramirez in the middle with Sanchez, Perella, and Perdomo rounding it out. And Peralta is ready to go. His first pitch is away for ball one. And off we go from Miller Park. Brewers Padres tonight.
Yeah, lost his last time out, breaking a personal 2-game winning streak for Willie. Although he pitched pretty well, scattered 10 hits, 2 earned runs in 6 innings in a 4-1 loss. Looking for his first ever win against the Padres. He's 0-2 in 2 starts.
Back-to-back starts against the Marlins for Peralta in his month of May. Willie, 27 years of age. It is a matchup tonight of pitchers from the Dominican Republic. And for the San Diego Padres tonight, Rock, looks like it's going to be a bullpen day as they have a spot starter up in Luis Perdomo. So it is interesting to watch Andy Green and see how he manages his pitching staff here tonight. Perdomo has not thrown more than 3 innings all year, and he's only done that once this season. I'm sure he's got some nerves raging right now, the 23-year-old. There's Andy Green, first year as the skipper in the big leagues. He was the third base coach with the Diamondbacks last year. As Peralta misses up and away, and Travis Jankowski draws the walk to start the ball game.
Now let's check out the Menards Brewers defense tonight. You got Alex Presley. Ryan Braun was a late scratch today. Got a sore wrist. Neuenhuis Santana in the outfield. Hill, VR, Jeanette, and Lucroy from third to first. And as usual, Willie Peralta on the mound. Martin Maldonado behind home plate. Chris Carter gets today off.
Now Lucroy making just his 2nd start of the year at first base. Maldonado is behind the plate for just his 8th start of the year. The speedy Jankowski takes off. Maldonado's throw skips in late, and a stolen base for Jankowski. He can really run. That's his 4th bag of the year. And right away, the Padres putting the pressure on Willie Peralta tonight.
Man, that's what the Padres have to do to score some runs. They have to, steal bases, take extra bases, get hits with runners in scoring position. Not a lot of power. He had a good jump. Did he get the helmet?
Close. He tagged him on the foot just as the hand was coming in.
It looked maybe like he got the helmet as he went by. Maybe not. Scooter didn't say anything.
And Craig Counsell will not challenge this, so we play on here as Myers takes a ball down and away, 2-0.
Does he get the helmet here? No, I guess not.
I think the glove moved with the impact of the ball in the webbing. Don't see Maldonado throw it like that very often. He is one of the great throwers in the game. Has a terrific arm, but I think Jankowski might have caught him off guard a little bit.
Yeah, he rushed his throw. I mean, he had a good jump, did Jankowski, and when you rush your throw, sometimes you don't have a good grip.
Just underway from Miller Park. We'll get Sophia Minnaert in here in a moment, and she can fill us in on Ryan Braun's situation. So no Carter, no Braun in the starting lineup tonight as the Padres roll out members of their bullpen to try to get through this game. So many injuries in their starting rotation. And this was supposed to be a night for Andrew Cashner, and he's down with a hamstring injury. You got Tyson Ross on the DL with a shoulder injury. Cashner with the hamstring problem.
Well, the one thing Andy Green's hanging his hat on today, the starting rotation's been eating up some innings, and they got 6 innings last night out of Friedrich. He pitched pretty well, and then the night before 7 out of Shields. So bullpen should be in pretty good shape to be able to handle this one tonight.
Padres have been pitching well overall. Had a doubleheader sweep of the Cubs on Wednesday, and then a shutout here Thursday, and then they were shut out. The Brewers returned the favor yesterday, so they've scored 1 run in their last 2 games.
Yeah. How about the Padres? They have given up 1 run in 3 games, and they lost 1 of them.
That's right. Normally you feel like that's a winning streak.
That's the way it goes.
3-2 on the way to Myers. Little tapper, easy enough for Peralta. It will advance the runner to third, and the first out. So one away with a runner at third base, and here comes Matt Kemp. And let's check in with Sophia Minnaert. What do you have on Ryan Braun, Sophia?
That's right. Ryan Braun was a late scratch with the right wrist soreness, and Chris Carter, it was just a planned day off for him with Maldonado behind the plate, moving Lucroy over to first. And Carter has gone hitless in his last 20, so counsel said it was good to just kind of give him a mental day, but said there's a good chance he could have an impact on this game later, so we'll see if that's the case for Ryan Braun as well, if he may be available as a pinch hitter.
Yeah, it kind of answers the question as to why Ryan was having a difficult time getting to some fastballs the last couple of nights. I mean, just a tick behind, you know, low 90s fastballs. Normally that's not Ryan Braun, so maybe that sore wrist gave him an issue a couple of nights.
Here is Matt Kemp. Matt Kemp and Ryan Braun will be forever connected. The 2011 MVP race, which was very close and came right down to the end. Kemp then playing for the Dodgers, and of course Ryan Braun winning the most valuable player award in the National League that season. Kemp traded to San Diego prior to last season.
Yeah, had some injury-plagued seasons with the Dodgers, but good season for him a year ago. And off to a pretty good start this year, although the Brewers have handled him pretty well so far. You hate to say that right now, but hitless in the first 2 games.
Kemp with 8 home runs in the first 36 games, has 25 runs batted in. And he's trying to pick up one here. Peralta with a runner at third and falling behind Kemp 3-0. Counsell playing his infield back. There is a shift on, but the infield is back. That might give you a little understanding of how Counsell feels the offense will go tonight, or at least trusting the offense will have some success with a spot starter on the mound and a guy who until this year had not pitched above single-A. And a hot one on the ground through for a base hit.
I shouldn't have said it.
So an RBI for Kemp, swinging away 3-0, and the Padres strike first here tonight.
I should know better, wouldn't you think?
I feel like you were just doing your job.
I mean, he's hitless in the first 2 games, and boom, as soon as I say it, he gets a single into left field, and Kemp able to drive in the run, so the Padres score first tonight.
And for all of those who are against defensive shifting, there's an argument for you. That would have been right at a normally positioned shortstop. The Brewers keep track of that as well. All the successes and all the failures.
And the successes far outweigh the failures.
Which is why they keep doing it. Brewers are in the top 3 in the major leagues in defensive shifts, and they've got one on here for Brett Wallace.
And defined by having 3 infielders on one side of the field. You know, left-hander up, you've got 3 infielders on the first base side of second base.
Now, one thing the shifting does is make for some interesting and unusual double play scenarios. In this scenario with Aaron Hill, the normal third baseman, over there on the other side, he's comfortable on this side of the infield. Longtime second baseman. That's where he has played the most in his career. So that is one move the Brewers made this year, moving Hill over to that spot as opposed to sliding all the infielders over a spot.
Makes sense. You get one guy out of position as opposed to 2. But with Hill where he is right now, he's played a lot of second base, and even this year when Jeanette was on the DL.
Run is in. We're just underway. The Padres score on a Matt Kemp single. 1-2 on Wallace. Up and in. Peralta misses. 2-2.
It's got to be awfully tempting for Wallace just to push a bunt down the third baseline. I mean, there's nobody over there. If he hits it hard enough, it's a double.
I've seen more players do that this year. More sluggers do that. Seen Joey Votto and Anthony Rizzo, namely, try that on occasion this season when the shifts are on. Two and two. Peralta looking for a ground ball here. Get him out of this first inning. And a called strike 3. He'll take that one too. Down goes Wallace, out number 2, and it's Peralta's first strikeout.
No argument, but body language says that Wallace thought that wasn't even close. Was it up, was it in, or was it both? Let's see. Might have been high, but Fox Track says it's a strike.
Most importantly, Manny Gonzalez says it's a strike. Therefore, it is a strike.
Look at Maldi, the way he frames that pitch. Made it look pretty good.
2 gone in the inning. Kemp at first. First ball swinging. Melvin Upton deep into right field. Hit pretty well. And Santana can't make the play. In and out of his glove. Kemp all the way around to score. And Upton will roll into second base. Not sure what happened out there with Santana.
Yeah, it looked like he was kind of drifting over there like he was going to be able to catch it, but got up against the wall and not able to come up with it. I mean, the way he was going after it looked like a routine fly ball. He kind of loping after it, and all of a sudden now he just missed it. That was in the glove, I believe, and he just dropped it. Yep, right off the end of the glove, and it's probably going to be a double, but a play that should have been made.
Yeah, certainly out of the routine, but certainly a play that Santana would tell you he's got to make. So it goes as a double and an RBI. And Melvin Upton has a 6-game hitting streak now, and the Padres are up 2-0. Two hits and a walk in the inning. Alexei Ramirez at the plate for San Diego, the former White Sox shortstop. In the air to center field. That'll hang up for Neuenhuis, and that will do it. Shaky start for the Brewers on the mound, and defensively 2-0 Padres. Milwaukee coming up for the first time. As the pyro goes off inside Miller Park, Craig Counsell and the Brewers coming up for the first time against Luis Perdomo, making his first start of the year. Brewers coming in with a record of 15-21, and you see the Potawatomi batting order for Counsell. He's got VR leading off tonight, the switch hitter, then Jeanette followed by Lucroy. Domingo Santana hitting cleanup for the first time this year. Neuenhuis and Hill follow that, and then it's Presley, Maldonado, and Peralta rounding out the starting 9. What do you have on Luis Perdomo, partner?
Yeah, 23 years old, out of the Dominican Republic. He's 6'2", 160 pounds, a sinker slider pitcher. He was a Rule 5 pickup by 2 different teams, the Rockies and now the San Diego Padres. Worked predominantly out of the bullpen this year, making start number 1 in his big league career. Luis Perdomo.
He has made the big jump from Single-A to the major leagues. This is very similar to what we saw with Wei-Chung Wong with the Brewers a few years back. That Rule 5 pick, if you don't know how that works, basically the Cardinals didn't have room for him or didn't feel like he was ready for the major league, so they left him available. After a certain period of time, he becomes available to every other team, but the team that picks him up has to keep him in the major leagues. If not, offer him back to the original team. So the Padres like him. They feel like he's going to develop into something. Trying to kind of hide him in the bullpen for now, but he gets a start in a spot start scenario tonight.
Didn't have a lot of success in the bullpen, a 988 earned run average, and had given up multiple runs in an inning 3 of his last 4 outings.
Jonathan Villar in that leadoff spot, comfortable in that position as Counsell moves his lineup around a little bit with no Carter and no Braun. And if you're just picking us up, Sophia Minute reporting that Braun's out with a right wrist injury, not thought to be severe. And Villar keeps on hitting right on the screws into right center field. A base hit to start it.
He's been a nice surprise with the bat. He's been very good defensively. Doing a good job getting on base, a .380 on base percentage, and coming into tonight's game over .280 with a batting average, and able to center on that 96-mile-an-hour fastball from Perdomo. So he continues to swing a hot bat, and he will steal some bases.
Had a hit in his final at bat last night. Had a hit in his first at bat tonight. Villar in that role last night. His only plate appearance, there's only at bat, I should say, had 2 walks in the game as well. And a man on for Gennett. Scooter coming back from the oblique injury. Still trying to get his sea legs under him. Did have an at-bat last night in a pinch hit role. Brewers won that game last night 1-0. It was a combined 3-hitter. Guerra, Blazek, Thornburg, and Jeffress to the end. That ball is hit well. Gloved at second by Perella. Get the out at second. Heck of a play by Jose Perella.
He's made some really nice plays in this series. Moving around pretty good. He's made a couple good plays going into the hole behind first base last night, and able to grab one up the middle. Let's check out the rest of the defense for the Padres, brought to you by Menards. This defense leads the National League in double plays. #1 in the NL with 44 double plays. They turned 2 yesterday. Wallace, Ramirez, Perella, and Myers from third to first, and newly acquired Hector Sanchez behind home plate. Derek Norris got hit by a pitch first game of the series. He's questionable, so they pick up another catcher. They bring him up, and getting a start tonight.
Jonathan Lucroy with one away, runner at first. I'm sure Willie Peralta's okay not seeing John Jay in the lineup tonight. Jay, the normal center fielder for San Diego, with Travis Jankowski getting the start tonight. Jay has had good success against Peralta in his career, so he sits. He's available off the bench tonight.
Yeah, 10 for 30 against Willie is John Jay. Yeah, a little bit of speed with Jankowski out there. You might lose a little bit of offense.
Well, the Padres get 2 in the first. Jankowski scored the first run. RBIs from Matt Kemp and Melvin Upton, and the Brewers trying to answer here in the first. Lucroy, Gennett takes off, pitch in the dirt, throw to second late. Good pitch to run on for Gennett, and a stolen base.
Yeah, pretty good throw by Hector Sanchez, though. Took a while to get rid of it, I guess, because of the location of the pitch, but Scooter able to steal it. First of the year. Pretty good jump, good lead, and look at Sanchez throw right on the money, but late. That's a good jump.
It's a good sign, it seems, as well. You know, Gennett's feeling good, feeling healthy. And he's off and running early. Those oblique injuries, they're such a concern when you take the time required to come back from it. There's always that concern that it's going to pop up again. So far, so good for Gennett. Lucroy a chance to drive and a run here in the first.
But I think that Brewers caught it early. It was precautionary to put him on the disabled list, because it wasn't long after they put him on the DL that he was starting to do some baseball activities, not swinging the bat so much, but taking ground balls, and not much over the minimum for Jeanette of the 15-day disabled list, and he's back at it.
Started on a minor league rehab on the 10th a few days ago. That's in the dirt. Nice block back there by Sanchez. Wow, that's a big play early. Keeps Jeanette from third base with 1 out.
Yeah, splitter down in the dirt. He's got a good split-fingered fastball. He throws more of those than sliders, you know, particularly to left-handed hitters.
Ouch.
Yeah, right.
Off the thumb and the kneecap.
Yeah. Double duty.
So you want to be a catcher, right?
Didn't even hurt.
I'm sure he's excited tonight with a new team, new opportunity for Sanchez. And a fastball misses. He humped it up at 95. And Lucroy takes it. 2 on, 1 out. That'll set it up for Domingo Santana.
Well, Santana's been swinging the bat pretty well as of late, in an RBI spot in the batting order with Braun and Carter out of the lineup tonight.
Santana led off last night, had 2 hits. He's been leading off all year. First time he's been in a non-leadoff position in the batting order here tonight, hitting cleanup and hoping to do just that with 2 on. See his numbers this year. He's been good in spots like this. They're fairly limited because of the leadoff spot in the order, and then once the lineup rolls over, hitting after the pitcher. But he's had success in spots just like this.
And the Brewers looking for their first hit with a runner in scoring position on this homestand against the Padres. 0 for 12 so far.
Now, last night's run was a sacrifice fly in the first inning. The 12th occasion in Brewers franchise history that they've won a game, and the only run has been courtesy of a sac fly. Carter had that RBI in the first. That's all they would need.
But it almost didn't score. John Jay threw into third base. They got VR, and Santana never slowed down. A lot of times, you know, when a runner is coming to home plate and they see the throw not going to home, they kind of hold up a little bit and kind of take the foot off the gas a little bit. If that happened, that run wouldn't have scored. So good job by Santana last night.
Got a quick trip to the mound. Sanchez trying to settle down the young right-hander. He won't be out there long tonight. He has not pitched much this year as far as innings go. Pitching out of the Padre bullpen. His longest outing was his last outing when he went 3 innings against the Cubs on Tuesday.
Yeah, that's only 48 pitches. So you figure the Padres bullpen is going to be tested tonight.
Numbers a bit deceiving for Perdomo, especially as a reliever. He gave up 6 earned runs in his major league debut, very first game this year. Been trying to whittle that down since. Ooh, close. Santana takes a ball. Count is full, 3-2. Jeanette at second, Lucroy at first. As the Brewers try to answer quickly, 3-2 swung on and missed. He powered him up with a fastball.
How about that movement coming into Santana down and in? That's a good 2-seamer. With something on it at 95 miles an hour. He's got good stuff. Look at the movement on that pitch. Kidding me?
Now you see why the Padres want to keep him in the big leagues.
That ball, a sinking power sinker. Well, right by him.
Done that splitter as slow as 83. That fastball's hit 95 already. So he's coming out of the bullpen, raring back and letting it go early. 2 outs now, still first and second. Here's Kurt Neuenhuis. I would imagine in a game like this, offensively for the Brewers, they have to do everything they can to not let Perdomo settle in. Don't let him feel any confidence. He's going to gain a lot of confidence after that last fastball. That results in a strikeout. That ball's hit hard, left center field, and down. 2 to all it goes. Jeanette is in. Lucroy racing around third. He'll try to score. The throw, the slide, safe. And all the way to third now goes Neuenhuis, and he's safe. Great base running by Neuenhuis. 2 runs in on a double.
Well, you don't let him settle in. You don't let him get any confidence going. A ringing double, a couple of RBIs, and a pretty close play at home plate. Sanchez made the tag. And after the tag, he pointed into the dugout saying, take a look at it. But the problem is the ball wasn't dead, and Neuenhuis gets into third base. Pretty good throw by Ramirez. Yeah, he's safe. He got the foot in there. Tag was high. You can see Sanchez showing the ball to the home plate umpire, Manny Gonzalez. And then he points into the dugout. In the meantime, Neuenhuis is going to third base.
The new age of replay baseball. Sanchez totally forgetting about Neuenhuis, asking his manager to take a look at that while the ball is live. The play is still live, and Neuenhuis, great work recognizing that, ends up at third base. A lot of ways to score from third with 2 outs. Here's Aaron Hill now. And another good block there by Sanchez.
He took a big turn around second base. You could see him and kind of falling asleep as Sanchez. He's pointing to the dugout, and by the time Sanchez realizes it, he gets into third.
Brewers tied up quickly. 2-out RBI double by Neuenhuis. And now Hill, big swing, fouls it back. Aaron has been the lone extra base hit man for the Brewers during this stretch. Offensively for Milwaukee, lack of runs that they have scored. A half swing, he goes, and it'll go to 1 and 2.
Now you mentioned the different ways you can score from third base with 2 outs. You can at second. Error, infield hit, wild pitch, pass ball, and balk.
You just rattled that off pretty quickly.
Stuff just comes to me.
It's what a noted author you would expect from.
All the stuff that I learned while you were gone.
How's your book going, by the way? I haven't heard much about it.
They have to do a reprint because they're all sold.
Is that right?
I think the next reprint, your picture's going to show up.
Stick figure?
I did. I emailed the guy today, and I said, you better have his picture in there. I about had enough of that.
I can't wait. Hill strikes out, and the inning is over. What's the book called, Rock? What's it called?
If these walls could talk.
Oh, if they could talk. They tell you it's 2-2. After 1, Kurt Neuenhuis delivers 2 out, 2 RBI double. And we're off and running at Miller Park.
either team, as the Padres and the Brewers are tied at 2 as we head to the second. And in Willie Peralta's last outing, it was a quality start, but he took the loss, giving up 10 hits but just 2 earned runs over 6 innings. And Craig Counsell preaches competition from his guys on a daily basis, said he was most pleased with how Willie competed. He said he was able to make his best pitches when he was in those jams, and says Willie's not a big strikeout guy, so he's going to pitch to contact, and he was able to make his best pitches, get out of those jams when he had to.
And really, the Marlins didn't hit him all that hard. There were a lot of infield hits, there were a lot of bloops into the outfield, but they still count. It's not an excuse, but it wasn't like the Marlins were hammering them all over the ballpark. I mean, gappers left and right. It was a pretty good pitching performance. And when Willie's going right, it's not a big deal to get the strikeouts, but you get that two-seam fastball working, get some ground balls, you get a double play, and you're able to minimize damage in that fashion.
Slider misses for Peralta, facing Hector Sanchez to start the inning. The switch hitting Padre catcher. Now for Willie Peralta, it's been about efficiency. He has not been economical with his pitches this year. His longest outing, 6 innings. He's done that twice. It's just been a struggle this season for Peralta. It feels a little bit like it did last year. Craig Counsell was hoping Peralta would have a bounce back year and show what he showed 2 years ago when he won 17 games for the Brewers. Counsell named him as his opening day starter. It seems that the slider is the main culprit to either his lack of success, or when he's got a good slider going, that's usually when he has a nice run through the batting order. It changes everything for him.
Yeah, and when he throws a good one, it's normally with 2 strikes down in the strike zone, in the dirt, but over the plate, over the confines of the plate. But a lot of times we'll try and throw it too hard. He'll pull it, yank it out of the strike zone, or he'll hang it up in the strike zone. One of the two. But last time out, better.
We're taking a look at Hector Sanchez here. Something on that swing. Looking at his left wrist. Well, the Padre injury situation is alarming, especially to their catching core. They had their top prospect catcher, Austin Hedges, go down earlier this year with a broken hamate bone. Derek Norris here in this series was hit by a Jimmy Nelson pitch on Thursday, and then they tried to get Hector Sanchez in here to shore up their catching situation, and he doesn't look like he's feeling well right now.
Well, a lot of catchers will tape up that catching wrist, you know, to give you a little bit extra support, but there are times when sometimes when you tape that wrist, it's a little bit too tight and you lose some of the feeling in your hand. That's happened before to me. And a little bit of discomfort. They actually took the tape completely off, and let's see how he responds to that.
So the count is 2-2. Lead batter in the second, and he hits it hard into right. That's going to be over the head of Santana, and takes a big bounce off the base of the wall. And Sanchez, after all of that with the wrist, turns one around for a leadoff double here in the second inning.
Wrist looks fine. He'll take the tape off, and he hits a rope over the head of Santana out there in right field. We'll check it out, a fastball, and the fastball that was middle in, not exactly in far enough, but he's able to turn on it. If you have a bad wrist, you're not going to be able to turn on a fastball like that. And that last fastball, 93 miles an hour. So velocity just a little bit down for Willie. It was in his last start as well.
Runner at second to lead off, and the batter is Jose Pirela. You know, just looking at Sanchez, the way he's trying to stretch, like it's almost like he has a cramp in the forearm, or still flexing that left hand.
Tape was too tight.
Yeah,
that's what happens sometimes.
Pirela getting his first significant run in the big leagues as well. Utility man, a super utility is the way you define them. Utility players only play the infield positions, but a super utility can go out into the outfield as well.
Every team needs them these days with all the pitchers they have down in that bullpen.
Yeah, especially in the National League when you're making a lot of moves. Pirela's been a mainstay at second base during this stretch. Alexei Amarista is injured and out.
Yeah, they're without their second baseman and third baseman.
And that is a walk on 4 pitches. So Peralta off to a very shaky start here tonight. He's given up 3 hits now, 2 walks to the first 8 batters, and 2 on with nobody out, and the pitcher coming up.
And the culprit's been the fastball. He's not been able to locate the fastball early on. Yeah, going over the bunt defense, you got Lucroy, who is not all that used to first base. He wants to make sure he knows where he's supposed to be going. Pitcher coming up, going to be dropping down a bunt.
Second start of the season at first for Lucroy.
Perdomo has 10 at bats without a base hit. Has not been able to drop down a bunt.
So the young pitcher at the plate for San Diego. And you know the Brewers are thinking about a double play ball here on a firm bunt. That one's in the air and foul.
Actually, he's got 10 games, 1 plate appearance.
Now they don't start hitting in the minor leagues until Double-A pitchers. You get to Double-A level if you're in a National League affiliate and you are playing a National League affiliate. That's when pitchers hit. So we're talking about a guy who, outside of a spring training scenario, and I can't even imagine how much he'd hit in spring training, has rarely been at the plate. Squares early. Rotation is on. Another one popped up. Foul.
Now let's check out the technique for Perdomo. First of all, he's got the bat back and then he's punching at it. See the barrel of the bat down? That's why he's popping it up.
Well, Peralta hoping one more and looking for his first out. And he swipes at it again, able to pull it back in time. And that'll be ball 1. You got to wonder if you're Andy Green, you're the Padre manager, and you've seen the first 2 tries at a bunt.
And the pitcher up there said, "You mean I have to go and do this again?
Right.
Just rig me up."
Give him the take sign with 2 strikes. Shows again, takes it. You're just playing the odds at this point.
Yeah.
Does he have a better chance to reach or move the runners by actually putting a bunt in play or get hurt or just taking pitches and walking? 2-2 and not bunting this time, and he's taking, and he takes ball 3. Now Peralta is going to be forced to throw a strike. Swings, fouls it back, had a pretty good cut.
Yeah, got a piece of it, right?
Tell you, this is a victory for Perdomo, regardless of what happens in this at bat. He's forced Peralta to throw 6 pitches.
He's already got 40 pitches, does Willie. No outs in the 2nd inning.
And he finally gets him. A strikeout for Peralta, number 2. But had to work for it. And the first out of the 2nd inning as the Padres go back to the top of the order. And now Peralta is going to get a visit from his pitching coach, Derek Johnson.
Yeah, Derek Johnson obviously seeing something in the delivery that he wants to have a chat with Willie about. Hey, the one thing, the previous 2 starts were really Peralta. Although he did give up a lot of hits, he was able to minimize the damage, particularly last time out. But he really had a nice, smooth, easy delivery. Didn't see Willie falling off the mound like you do sometimes when he's overthrowing, and maybe wants to have him ease up on the tempo just a little bit. Sometimes when Willie rushes to the plate, that's when he can't find the strike zone.
So a quick visit by the pitching coach. And Peralta will face Travis Jankowski. Padres back at the top of their order with 2 on, 1 away. San Diego got 2 in the first. Brewers answered with 2 in the bottom of the first on a Neuenhuis 2 RBI double that came with 2 outs. And now San Diego threatening again. Jankowski's a tough guy to double up. He runs extremely well. Speedy center fielder. Spelling John Jay tonight. And Peralta falls behind 2-0.
Yeah, see the way Willie's falling off toward first base. I mean, the delivery is not really well balanced after he gets rid of the baseball, and that's why he's having a difficult time finding the strike zone.
On the ground, got a chance to turn it, hustle it up. Jeanette Villar to throw it to first in time. Peralta gets out of it. Boy, landmines all around. And Willie Peralta gets the ground ball he was looking for. Padres come up empty despite putting the first 2 on. Beautifully turned 4-6-3 double play.
Miller Park in the bottom of the second inning and bring the family out to the ballpark tomorrow afternoon as the Brewers wrapped up their series with double kids promo featuring Jonathan Lucroy replica jersey giveaway, plus another Kids Eat Free Sunday compliments of Pick and Save, Blue Bunny, and Heinz.
Your promotional reading has really gone to another level while I've been gone, partner.
Well, you know how I feel about the whole the promo reads with Matt.
You gotta step your game up, right?
I'm saying, I mean, you know, have you been working at it?
By the way, speaking of the kids, you see all the players wearing the Play Ball patches here today. It's a Major League Baseball initiative. Both teams are wearing it. Both teams had the Play Ball T-shirts on and the logo on the field. It's a great initiative.
Yeah.
I'm really proud of the work baseball's done, and you can find out more about that at MLB.com all across the major leagues.
Yeah, both teams wearing them at beep. I'll say by you not responding to that, I'll assume no, you weren't working on them.
Not at all.
Okay.
I thought we were moving on.
No.
Here's Alex Presley.
They have promos in the networks, don't they?
Sure. Absolutely.
How's it feel to be back?
Oh, great. I was a little taken aback, though, in the pregame show. I was expecting our normal pregame thing we do, and then you weren't sitting next to me.
Yeah, I'm out there.
You were out there.
I'm filling in for Davey. He's under the weather.
So That threw me off a little bit.
But welcome back. I mean, I'll tell you.
Thank you.
They had signs up here, and everybody hugs and kisses down on the field. And wow.
I don't think it was quite that dramatic. Presley, a little tapper. And Perdomo will make the play. Good play for out number 1. Well, it's good to be back. We saw some friends, guys we haven't seen in a long time, and especially over in the other television booth.
Yeah.
It's good to see Don Orsillo, who is one of the voices of the San Diego Padres now. Shares the TV duties with Dick Enberg, working with Mark Sweeney. There's Don. Don, longtime television announcer with the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah,
he's got a new home.
Kind of disappointed that Mark Grant's not around Mud.
Right.
I mean, he's always good for a couple of yucks.
That's the same head as Grant has, but that's actually Mark Sweeney.
Much larger, though.
That's true. A lot more focused over there in the booth without Mark Grant. But we welcome Don Orsillo back to Milwaukee. He has not been in this ballpark since 2003. And he was remembering an exhibition series the Red Sox had with the Brewers in 01, the year the ballpark opened.
Yeah.
So he's only had a couple of visits here. Our good buddy Michael Odino back in Milwaukee. Used to direct Brewers games. Now the director with the San Diego Padres. Good man.
Got a nice tan, doesn't he?
He does. Maldonado takes one upstairs quickly. 3-0 on Martin. Only his 8th start behind the plate this year. Maldonado does have a couple of runs batted in.
Yeah, it's awfully hard to stay sharp at the plate. He's done a masterful job of staying sharp behind home plate, making throws and calling a game, blocking pitches. But at the plate, it's a very difficult thing to do, to stay ready. And he had a really good spring training swinging the bat.
And he caught a lot this spring as Lucroy was coming back from that concussion, kind of coming back slow. They wanted to make sure he was right. And Maldonado draws a walk, so good patience. And a man is on with the pitcher Peralta coming up.
It's been the hallmark of this Brewers offense, very patient. The opposition all of a sudden coming into Milwaukee. They know they have to throw strikes for the most part. Brewers have been drawing a ton of walks this year.
Second walk of the night for the Brewers. And Peralta likely up there to bunt with one away. We'll see. At the top of the order due up next. And a hot hitting VR. Peralta takes a strike. I can't imagine Luis Perdomo is an easy guy to bunt off of either. He slings it up there. Has great velocity, and you're not exactly sure where it's going.
Yeah, he's a little uncomfortable up there at the plate. And you got to stick your nose in there and try and drop that bunt down.
Yikes.
Like that right there. That's what you're talking about, up and in.
That can make you very uncomfortable.
Now Willie knows what it's like to try to bunt off him.
That's self-defense attempt right there.
Yeah.
So the mental game all changes after a pitch like that. Oh, and 2 the count on Peralta. Pulls a bat back, takes a hack. The old Butcher Boy play.
Yeah, Willie's got a sacrifice fly this year and almost took one to the wall while you were gone. Yeah, you've been calling home run for Willie for a few years now.
I told him if he hits one while I'm gone, I'm going to be really upset.
He almost did.
And a wave and a miss. The old bucket foot swing, and down he goes. Second out of the inning. And the 3rd strikeout for Luis Perdomo.
Yep, slider that time, and Willie not even close.
So that'll get us back to the top of the order, and Jonathan Villar, who's sitting on a modest 6-game hitting streak. after his single in the first.
Average up to 289. On base percentage near 390. Been a great start for him. A very good leadoff hitter. He's reached base safely. Check this out. 31 of 35 games.
Wow.
A hit, a walk, or a hit batter. Classifies as a reach safely.
Got a man at first. VR able to check his swing. 1-1 the count. Last couple of years, VR has been the player that has had to prove himself and has had to look for an opportunity. Last year with the Astros, he was the stopgap for Carlos Correa. Correa came on in late June, ended up winning the Rookie of the Year in the American League. And now VR ends up in Milwaukee playing shortstop with all eyes on one of the top prospects in all of baseball playing shortstop in the Brewers minor league system in Orlando Arcia.
And Arcia off to a great start down in AAA.
But VR has been able to respond. He, with Houston last year, hit .284. And of course, David Stearns, the new Brewers general manager, was the assistant GM at Houston. Likes him a lot. Felt like he'd be a perfect fit. While the Brewers wait for Arcia to arrive.
Man, it doesn't bother him. He just wants to play in the big leagues, and the way he's playing, if it's not Milwaukee, it'll be somewhere else when Arcia shows up, whenever that is. Yeah, but bottom line is the way VR is playing, there's no rush to bring Arcia up. I mean, he's doing a pretty good job over there at shortstop.
Little jam shot to third, and Wallace thought about second, goes to first late. Not sure why Wallace wanted to go to second base, especially with Maldonado, who got a huge lead and a huge jump. That's normally the easy way to go to get an out, but Wallace got kind of lost at third base, and VR hustling down the line beats it.
Yeah, he was stunned and wasn't a play at second, but you know, VR runs well and able to beat it. I guess you got to figure that's a base hit, right?
Scored as an infield single, and the credit there belongs to Martin Maldonado.
Yeah, hustling down to second base and making the play much more difficult for Brett Wallace, who's not really been at third base a whole lot.
That'll get Scooter Gennett at the plate with 2 on, first and second. 2 men are out in a 2-2 game early. By the way, just to follow up on Arcia, so he is swinging the bat very well. He's got a 7-game hit streak going. Has 11 hits during that streak. And for the year, he is batting .310 for Colorado Springs. He's one of the youngest players in all of AAA. His time will come.
Yeah. And they say he's a big league ready. That's a catcher's interference, and Gennett's going to get first base.
And now the bases are loaded.
Yep, Gennett hit the glove of Hector Sanchez. You can see Manny Gonzalez explaining it to everybody in the press box. That'll be no at bat, interference, and an E2, allowing Gennett to get the first.
And it is reviewable, by the way. As you see Mark McGwire in a little tip of the glove.
Yeah, right off the webbing.
Mark McGwire, the hitting coach, telling his manager no replay necessary. So suddenly the Brewers are trying to put an inning together here, and now a big hit away from a big inning.
And a big mistake by Wallace at third base, and now a mistake by Hector Sanchez has Perdomo in a bit of a bind here. Bases loaded.
Keep in mind, on a catcher's interference, had Gennett hit the ball and had it gone as a hit, you can take that. You get the option to take that as the base hit. It's almost like a free play in football if you're a hitter with catcher's interference.
But he gets first base on a ground out. So, yeah, can't lose.
So the bases are loaded up for Lucroy, who walked and scored in the first inning. scored from first on Nieuwenhuis's double in the first.
It's a pretty good arm right there for Perdomo. I mean, free and easy. I mean, it's easy gas up there and looks effortless for him, and he's got good movement to go with it.
Saw the lefty Brad Hand loosening in the bullpen. Perdomo has thrown his best fastballs of the night to Lucroy, hitting 95 on a few occasions. That one tied him up. That's a swing, and it's 0-2 on Lucroy. Three career grand slams for Lucroy. Last came in 2014. That was a memorable grand slam in Arizona against the Diamondbacks. 0-2 pitch, and down he goes. Wow, carved him up. Lucroy on 3 pitches strikes out, and the Brewers strand the bases loaded in the second.
Game concert coming up after the
And more runners on for Peralta, who got out of the last inning with a double play ball.
And Myers played first for the Padres in game 1 in the 3-0 Padres victory, and did not start yesterday, but came into the ball game. And look at the power, able to take that one to the opposite field on a pitch down the middle, and hits the base of the wall for a leadoff double. So the Padres have been able to get their leadoff hitter aboard in each of the first 3 innings.
Now Matt Kemp on the first pitch, deep into left center, and that's going to bounce off the wall. Myers will score. Kemp into second base with an RBI double. His second ribby of the game, and the Padres have a 3-2 lead in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, picking on a first pitch slider from Peralta that didn't do a whole lot. It kind of just spun up there. Check it out. There's the grip. There's the pitch out away from Kemp. Didn't have much downward tilt on it. And first pitch rattles it off the wall out there. So he trades places with Myers, and now the Padres with a lead.
Been a tough night for Willie Peralta. First pitch swinging, Wallace in the air, long run. Presley runs it down. Good jump, good play. Peralta needed that one.
Yeah, he got a good jump on that baseball. He runs well, and well, if he hesitates just a little bit, he's not catching that baseball. A little slice job, jam shot down the line in left, and look at Presley on his horse, able to grab it right before it hits the ground. Another guy that's done a good job since coming up from AAA.
Always got to stay ready when you're a bench player, and Ryan Braun scratched from the starting lineup after batting practice with a right wrist injury, not thought to be serious. And Presley forced into duty. Good play there for the first out. Melvin Upton Jr. now with Kemp at second. He swung at the first pitch and doubled over the head of Santana his first time up. On the ground to Hill. He'll look the runner back, and out number 2. Two outs for Peralta, and Alexi Ramirez coming in. Well, hard to get used to Ramirez in any other uniform but a White Sox uniform. Some good years with the White Sox. Signed a one-year deal here with the Padres.
Especially his rookie year, hit 21 homers. Hasn't been able to come near that. He's a terrific defender out there at short.
He's been an all-star in the big leagues. He's from Cuba. Defected in 06. He ended up in the big leagues in 08. That was his first year. He actually finished second in the Rookie of the Year voting that year. That's going to fall, a base hit. Ramirez will drive in Kemp, and it's 4-2 San Diego. And the struggles for Willie Peralta continue.
Yeah, the Padres have been able to put a man in scoring position in each of the first 3 innings, and it really doesn't help when you're not able to get the leadoff hitter. And Craig Counsell not messing around tonight. Willie obviously struggling tonight. He's already got activity down there. Capuano getting loose. There's that slider just spinning up there. That's the problem pitch for Willie so far this year. Not getting a whole lot of movement on it. Just kind of spinning, and Ramirez able to drive in another run, this time with 2 outs.
Third hit of the inning, and they've all been hit well as Hector Sanchez takes a strike. Peralta he does not have his arsenal. That's what jumps out at you when you watch him pitch. He still has the good fastball, but nothing there. Runner goes, throw is on the money to second. Good tag by Hill with the shift on. The third baseman was over there to make the play, and Maldonado cuts down a base runner. Andy Green wants to look at it quickly.
Kind of unusual scoring on that stolen base attempt at second base. It's a 2-5 put out. That's what shifts do.
Top of the third, they lead 4-2. And a reminder, if you can't watch the games on television, you can stream them live now on your mobile device. It's the all-new Fox Sports Go app, and you can download the app, take Fox Sports Wisconsin and Brewers baseball with you wherever you go. Domingo Santana will lead off, the Brewers cleanup hitter tonight. And the Brewers find themselves trailing 4-2. Been a lot of activity on the base paths for both offenses tonight. San Diego scored twice in the first and just added 2 in the top of this inning. Santana, big swing. 1-1 the count. Santana struck out in the first inning. I always wonder when a player like Santana, and he doesn't have a whole lot of major league experience either, take him out of one position in the batting order, in his case the leadoff spot, and put him into the cleanup spot. Does he try to do a little more than he's capable? Try to change the way he approaches his at-bats? Hope not. Craig Counsell talks a lot about that with his team, with his players. I'm putting you in these spots in the batting order because of what you do.
Right.
Don't do what you think you're supposed to do.
Yeah, it's the responsibility of the manager to place a guy in the batting order based on his skills, his skill set. Does he have a good on-base percentage? Is he a guy that's going to be able to drive in runs, home run hitters, those types of things? You can't change who you are based on where you are in the batting order.
And a lineup tonight without Carter or Braun. Ouch. Inside, drilled him. Perdomo hits him on a 3-2 pitch.
Yeah, let's see where it gets him. Not even close. Gets him right on the back of the arm, right on the tricep, and that's going to hurt.
Man,
yeah,
that was a direct hit too. Ball dropped straight down. This has not been exactly a clinic of pitching here tonight thus far.
No, a lot of base runners, a lot of pitches. Perdomo 57 pitches as we work here in the third inning.
And he'll face Nieuwenhuis, who has the big hit for the Brewers tonight in the early going. 2 out, 2 RBI double into the opposite field last time up. Nieuwenhuis in a very similar position as Jonathan Villar. He's getting a chance to play, frequent starts, but knowing there is a terrific young prospect coming up for the Brewers right now, and Brett Phillips. I'm sure that's a little bit difficult to deal with if you're a player like Nieuwenhuis, but while you're here and while your name's in the lineup, got to make the most of it. And he certainly has had success tonight. He's had his moments this year.
Had a pretty good moment in the first inning.
Now has 11 runs batted in. Nieuwenhuis stepped up with 2 outs and 2 on, and hit it right on the button into the gap. Split the outfielders. Jeanette scored from second, and then Lucroy all the way around from first. And at the time, it tied the game.
Pretty close play there, pretty close play here, and just as a point of record, you are allowed to ask for 2 different plays to be reviewed in the same review, in the same challenge.
Nieuwenhuis again to the opposite field, a base hit. Got a good stroke going right now. Kurt Nieuwenhuis is 2 for 2, and the Brewers have 2 on to start the third inning.
Taking both of them to the opposite field, one a double, one a single, and got it down in the trademark, but he's got a nice level swing going right now and able to beat that shift. Nobody there with a shortstop, back 4 years ago would have been playing. Not anymore. I guess the unusual thing to see these days is to have the infielders set where they're supposed to be, right? Where they're designed to play.
That should be called the shift.
That's the shift, because nobody does it anymore.
I think Andy Green has seen enough of Perdomo. Spot starter today and has hit a pitch limit. Has not pitched much by way of length this year coming out of the bullpen, so he's gone. Did not get an out in the third. To the bullpen go the Padres. Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Hupy and Abraham. 1-800-800-5678. Hupy and Abraham. Tell them you mean business. Well, Luis Perdomo is out. Gave him as much as he could. He'll exit with 2 on and nobody out. Tough duty for him. Spot start duty. Trying to fill in for some injuries in their rotation, namely Andrew Kashner. So those are the numbers right now. Cannot factor in the decision tonight on the winning side, and won't suffer a loss either with the 2 runners that are his responsibility. And the new pitcher, Rock, is left-hander Brad Hand.
Yeah, I guess one of the first of many that's going to be coming out of that San Diego bullpen. Hand picked up off of waivers by the Florida Marlins. He comes to San Diego and done a pretty good job. 17th appearance. And a 440 earned run average. Look at the strikeouts, 18 punchouts and 14 in the third innings, but there's 11 walks in there as well.
Aaron Hill at the plate, 2 on, nobody out. A breaking ball in there for a strike from Hand. You get into a scenario if you're the Padres and you have to have a bullpen day, as they call it, where your starter's out and you're relying on relievers to get through a game. As an offense, not only can you take advantage of that today, but you can also set yourself up for tomorrow as well.
Right. Puts a lot of pressure on that starting pitcher tomorrow for San Diego.
Little tapper that's going to spin foul.
But a couple of decent starts coming into tonight for the Padres. You know, Shields went 7. You saw Friedrich go 6 yesterday, and so I guess they're set up pretty good for today, but not sure about tomorrow.
Got another young pitcher on the mound tomorrow, Cesar Vargas, who was called up from Double-A earlier this season. Hasn't been on the big league mound much. But the Brewers find themselves down 4-2. A lot of game left. Big opportunity here with 2 on and nobody out. Did he go? They will ask. Able to check it.
Yeah, pretty good breaking pitch right there for Hand. He's thrown a couple of them already to Aaron Hill. This guy will punch you out. I mean, he's got good strikeout numbers this year. Struck out 5 in 1 appearance this year.
Coming to the Padres from the Marlins. In that long relief role, middle relief role for San Diego. Hill pops it up sky high. And the second baseman Perella will make the catch for the out. Infield fly rule was in effect. One away. All right, Rock, our Carsoup.com trivia tonight. Who was the last Brewer to hit a home run in his major league debut? Last Brewer to homer in his major league debut. It's been a while.
Yeah. Has it?
It has. I think it's been well over a decade, maybe longer, maybe more like, I don't know, 16, 18 years.
So I guess you know the answer to that. Huh?
I have a guess at the answer, but I haven't seen one in my time here.
No.
It's my 10th year. Do you remember one in his debut?
No. Not offhand.
Or Brad hand. Not off Brad's hand.
No, it wasn't off him.
Alex Presley. Lefty on lefty matchup. Brewers hoping to get some production out of the bottom of their order here tonight. You got Maldonado due next. Santana and Nieuwenhuis on the bases, ready to run. Now, what if I asked you if you could name at least one player who had a triple in his major league debut? Would you know the answer to that?
Yeah, I would.
And if I asked you if that player had just one triple in his entire career?
Yeah, I know that one too.
Presley takes.
Actually, I think I tied Willie Mays Aikens for triples. I think
you should have paused a little longer between Mays and Aiken, because he had my attention there for a minute.
No, I didn't tie Willie Mays in anything.
When you said I think I tied Willie Mays, Aiken.
Yeah, well,
I perked up for a second there. That would have been a good one.
Unless Willie Mays, the Willie Mays, had a stat that he wasn't really proud of.
Presley hits it well. Center field. Back is Jankowski, and he makes a catch. Deepest part of the ballpark. Santana tags.
Yeah, I'll tell you that Alex Presley, he hangs in there against left-handed pitching. I mean, he's been impressive. I mean, he made a lot of starts while Domingo Santana was nursing that shoulder problem that he was having, and played a lot of right field, some center field, and putting together at bats like this and nearly hitting one out of the ballpark here into center field.
A long loud out instead, and now 2-men are out with Maldonado coming up and runners at first and third. Maldonado walked his first time up. Got the pitcher Peralta due up next. So a big spot for an 8th place hitter with 2 outs. And a hitter that has not had a whole lot of time at the plate. A wave and a miss.
A lot of breaking pitches.
Brad Hand in relief of Luis Perdomo. Came in with nobody out and 2 on. Those 2 are still on, and now 2-men are out. It's probably one of the hardest things to do in the game for a position player. To do what Maldonado tries to do as a backup catcher, rare playing time, and then have to go hit big league pitching.
Yeah, I hear that's tough.
You know anybody who would know anything about that?
It's not easy. I mean, especially when you have a guy like Lucroy that plays just about every day, and you have to figure out a way to stay sharp, and you can't allow, you know, lack of offense to really creep into your head too much. But everybody wants to get hits, and normally Maldonado does a pretty good job of it, but he's having a rougher time this year. but he's always able to stay ready defensively. I mean, that's an amazing thing as well. I mean, to get the reps behind home plate, blocking pitches, throwing to the bases, and he works on that a lot before batting practice. Toughest job in the big leagues, and when you find a guy that can do that and give you good solid defense once a week, I mean, that's why the Brewers gave him a 2-year deal.
Hand goes with a breaking ball. Good pitch to run on for Nieuwenhuis. He steals second base without a throw. Sanchez didn't even bother. They didn't even bother to cover, as a matter of fact. Nieuwenhuis with his third stolen base, and now a base hit could tie this one up. Second steal of the night for Milwaukee. Jeanette has the other. Full count, 2 outs. Base open at first, and the pitcher due next. See if he comes after him. And if so,
why would you?
Does Counsell pinch hit for Peralta this early in the game? He has struggled on the mound, but he is your opening day starter. We'll see. And a swing and a miss. Maldonado strikes out to end it with runners at second and third. Hand does a job, gets out of it. San Diego, and we had a good trivia question taking us back a little ways. Carsoup.com brings us this. Who was the last Brewer to hit a home run in his major league debut? Does anybody have an answer? 1998, first year in the National League, and it was Jeff Jenkins, and he's here. Jeff Jenkins is here. That. You flew all the way in for the trivia.
Just for the trivia.
That's really nice of you, buddy.
Hey, anything I can do for the team.
Looking good, man. Great to see you again.
Appreciate it, man. It's good to be back here. It's always fun to see all you guys and come on the field, watch batting practice, and just kind of catch up on stories that from the past.
You get the juices flowing again. You want to get in there and take some hacks?
Absolutely.
Tell us about that homer, that major league debut.
Well, for me, I grew up in Sacramento, so I think I had 150 people at that game because it was in Candlestick.
Right.
Yeah, and so facing the Bulldog, Oral Hershiser. First at bat, I got a knock, and then my third at bat, I came up and hit a home run.
Nice. First pitch swinging, Hector Sanchez rolls to first base. Jeff Jenkins in the building today, and just a terrific career with Milwaukee. Fan favorite. I'll never forget, like when it was coming towards the end in your career, just the love that was coming from the fans here at Miller Park. That was special. I know you'll remember that forever, but for us, even up here, you could feel the appreciation for you and your time in Milwaukee.
Absolutely. I enjoyed every day I played here. Enjoyed putting that Brewer uniform on every day. You know, going out, taking the outfield. That last day when I got brought off the field, got to hug the players and come off the field. And really, the ovation from the fans was really special. Something I'll never forget.
Well, one memory that sticks out for me, and when you think of Jeff Jenkins, you think of Milwaukee Brewers because you wore the uniform for so long. But you had one of the special moments in baseball. You got to not only compete in a World Series, but actually deliver in a World Series in that famous rain out, rain delayed. The game started up between the Phillies and the Tampa Bay Rays, and then of course you had the big double. Wasn't it a double?
Yeah, we had basically 48 hours off. We had 2 days off because of rain, and we had to come back, and I was the guy that pinch hit and got a big leadoff double. Jimmy Rollins bunted me over, and Jason Worth singled me in, and we went on to win the game in the series. And bittersweet, of course, because we came through Milwaukee, so it was really weird for me being in the other dugout watching that whole thing go down. But at the end of the day, you're playing for your team, and you want to win, and we did.
And so what brings you to Milwaukee? I know you didn't come in here for the trivia question, but what are you doing here in Milwaukee? They got you busy tonight?
There's a line shot caught by Villar. 2 up and 2 down here in this 4th inning. Go ahead, Jenks.
Yeah, we came in. It was me and Gantner and Larry Heisel and Gorman. We're up in the little Mountain Dew deck, and we're saying hi to all the fans up there, the big season ticket holders. There's about 150 people up there, so there's no shortage of stories coming out from up there, so it's pretty funny.
Most of them true?
Most of them are true. Most of them are great. Well, not the ones coming from Gantner.
Yeah, right.
Did you climb the wall out there?
There's
on the Mountain Dew. Did you go up to the Mountain Dew deck?
I got to be honest, I didn't even know that was
It's a
there.
rock wall up there. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, you should try that.
Maybe I'll do it. Maybe we'll
I
get
think
that
you're
one
in
on
good
camera.
shape. Tell us about. There's 2 outs. We're gonna have to keep you here, but I want to know what's going on in your life and how you've been after baseball. You're living in Arizona, in the Phoenix area, and tell us what's been going on with you lately.
Yeah, we just got lucky enough to build a home and moved in about 4 months ago. It's just been awesome. We live in a community where I get to play golf at this country club, and so I do that a little bit. Watch my kids, walk them to school every day. You know, just basically raising them, coaching them, and it's been a lot of fun.
So you've been in the house for 4 months. Right?
Yeah.
And then spring training, if I'm not mistaken, was how many? 2 months ago, Rock?
Yeah.
So it seems like that would have been a nice window for us to maybe come over and hang out a little bit.
Well, you're always doing games, man. We can't ever get you. You're always gone, dude.
Actually, he wasn't even in Arizona this spring.
Yes, I was. Well, you'll pick us up next year.
You're a big-time guy now, man. You're valuable.
Hey,
you know?
don't jump in the potato sack with him.
I think he's campaigning for a golf date with him when we come play the Diamondbacks.
I am, for sure. That ball's hit well. And the pitcher sends one deep to center, and Nieuwenhuis has to make an over-the-shoulder catch. You can stay, can you?
Sure.
You don't have anything going on, do you?
No.
You got no choice now. Jeff Jenkins will continue with us here in the booth. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Brewers are coming up. See, Jeff, you can climb up that wall. There it is.
I'm going to try it.
Used to hit home runs up there, up in the Dew deck. Jeff Jenkins is our visitor here in the booth. Always great to catch up with Jenks. We pulled up some information. Remember the '95 draft, all right? 21 years ago as we get ready for the 2016 draft. And the Brewers selecting this young power hitter out of USC, Jeff Jenkins. What was draft day like for you?
Incredible. You know, it's amazing the technology now, but back then we were at the College World Series, and literally I didn't even know if I got drafted yet. And I walk into this room, it's like a conference room, and it's a chalkboard, and somebody had written the names in chalk. and I literally saw that the Brewers drafted me.
Yeah.
And then of course somebody called me. Or beeped me. I don't know if they could call me at that point.
On a pager?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
A beeper, yeah. Now guys hear about this stuff on Twitter. So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would have known that I got drafted before the team drafted me. So
right.
It's crazy.
There's
but
some good names on that list.
Great names. Great names.
Helton.
Yeah, Todd Helton on that list.
Erstad, yeah.
Darren Erstad, the number one pick 21 years ago.
Oh, man.
Huh?
Time goes fast, man. It's, you know, you just try to enjoy the ride. That's why I try to tell the players all the time, man.
Yeah.
Your career goes so fast.
What goes faster, the time after you retire or the time where you're playing?
Oh, easily.
Everything goes fast, doesn't it?
Easily the time when you're playing, because you have such a routine when you play, and you do try to get in one so that you can be consistent every day and help the team on an everyday basis. Before you know it, you've played 200 games between spring training and the season,
right.
And it's the offseason.
Willie Peralta leads off for the Brewers. Bottom of the fourth inning, we're visiting with Jeff Jenkins. Yeah, he's in town. A little promotional activity with some season ticket holders and sponsors. And is that a Gorman Thomas sighting? That is Big Spike. Telling a few stories.
Has he?
Gorman was worried about the size of his jersey.
Yeah.
Not really?
Not big enough or too small?
I noticed it didn't quite get all the way buttoned up.
Yeah, he was having trouble with the buttons.
Has he talked to you about his barbecue sauce yet?
No, he did not lobby for that. No, he did not lobby with me for that. But
And
I have heard
Jim
about
Gander.
it.
So this is where you were hanging out.
Yeah.
And now you're hanging out with us.
Yes, Mr. Heisel was basically playing defense in between those two.
Now you've been following the ball club, right? I mean, your thoughts of the Brewers. I mean, you know, they're working more toward the future. Made a lot of trades, and I'm trying to recall. But any part of your career that you went through kind of a transition like this?
You know, I always felt like that's the one thing I wish we could have got to the playoffs and eventually the postseason while I was playing here as a Brewer, but we did not do that, and it's kind of the one thing that missed out on. But I think Counts is doing an amazing job in this coaching staff with this team. The one thing I've noticed watching the games is how hard they play, how hard they run the bases, and you know, they just fight to the last out. You know, could they get some more talent? Yeah, but you know, you've got some good young kids coming. Eventually, you'll be able to sign some free agents to go along with that. And put a formula together in the next few years to win some more ball games. But for now, I think they're doing a tremendous job.
Yeah, and they've been hanging in there. I mean, sometimes they fall behind. They're able to come back. Pitching's been pretty good, bullpen, but we got some pretty talented guys in the outfield.
They do. They do. You've got some good young bats. You know, they're just. It takes time, man. You've got to get a body of work. You've got to get those swings, and you've got to play the games. And nothing can make up for that. You've got to go out there and get the reps in to get better.
One man out, top of the Brewers order, and Jonathan Villar, who will turn around, hit right-handed against the Padre lefty hand. Visiting with Jeff Jenkins here in the booth. I'm guessing that Ryan Braun, he's the only one left of the guys that you actually.
You would be wrong. That would be a good. That would be another good question.
Did I miss?
Mr. Capuano.
Oh, that's
Yeah, right,
right.
yeah.
Good call.
Cappy.
And we
Cappy.
just saw him warming up in the bullpen.
He's back here for his 6th time.
That's right. Yes, Capuano and Braun.
Yeah, two really good guys. I was fortunate to play with a lot of great teammates, but Cappy's he was an awesome teammate. He manscapes well, and Bronny, as you well know.
I do know that. I wish I didn't know that, but I do know that.
Yeah, it's funny. We were in spring training, and one of the writers that really wasn't familiar too much with the team went up to Capuano and said, "I remember I was here when your father pitched here."
That's
so
good.
yeah, okay. Cappy's having a good season. And I got to ask you, you know, it's a kind of something I do. You know, I run Brewers fantasy camp.
Yep.
And everybody, former player that comes up here, I say, would you like to come back? Now, you did do the camp one year, and invite you to come back.
Yeah, no, I'd love to, man. It's a really good time. You watch a lot of guys that are, you know, they know about your careers and all that stuff, and then you basically watch them blow out during this camp. So you have, but it's a serious deal between the coaches because they draft these guys, and you actually like rate.
They want to
these,
win.
You rate these guys, and they're not good. but they have a lot of fun with it.
They have a lot of fun on the field, and
the
they
coaches
try
have a
hard,
lot of
right?
fun.
I mean, I don't. It's a little awkward that Rock would ask you, but since you did agree, here's a contract. If you wouldn't mind just signing right there,
that's a nice 5-year
that will
deal.
go ahead and secure your fantasy camp participation.
Perfect.
So anyway, thanks for
Perfect.
doing that. You can leave now if you want.
That's why everybody gets invited up here, right?
No, it really is a good time. I mean, those guys are huge fans, and you know they really come out there to mingle with you, talk about your career. You know, the times they had, whether you gave them a baseball, whether you did something nice for their son,
or you
did this or
ignored
that.
them for an autograph,
No,
things like that.
No, Burnett's did that. That wasn't.
When is it, Rock? January 22nd through the 29th, right?
Yeah, right.
Phoenix?
Yep, a little earlier this year because, you know, the WBC's coming up.
Oh, that's right. You might have some players who want to try out for the WBC.
I know one of your good buddies, Cirillo, is there every year. I mean, he already texted me like last week asking me what the dates were because he can't wait to go.
No, he's I mean, he'll text me all the time. He gets excited for it, and he definitely looks forward to. Now he's done it so many times that he knows all these guys so well, and I mean, he would be really tough to coach against because he knows all the players. So his team will definitely be the best.
I'll hook you up with him. How's that?
That sounds good.
VR hits it sharply into right field, a base hit. Man, this guy just keeps swinging it. His third hit of the night. 3 for 3 tonight out of the leadoff spot, and the Brewers have a man on with one away.
He just stays on the ball so well, Jenks. I mean, here's a guy that he came into spring training, didn't know a whole lot about him, and he has been impressive at the plate. I mean, just taking that pitch away and hitting it hard into right field.
Yeah, I was watching him in batting practice. He's got really good balance. Stays inside the ball nicely. You can see that swing right there. That was a very beautiful swing, hitting the ball, staying inside it, going the other way.
So VR is aboard with one away. Scooter Gennett coming up. Brewers down 4-2. We're in the bottom of the fourth. Jeff Jenkins, our guest here in the booth. Always great to catch up with a former fan favorite. I guess you're still a fan favorite. A lot of people wanting to spend some time with you. What is your greatest Brewers memory at this point? Other than this moment right now.
Other than right here, right now. You know what? Opening the stadium, I think, was a pretty cool moment. You know, everybody knows what we went through when Big Blue fell and you know, the roof went down. And, you know, that was troubling. It was a tough time for us to get through, and then they had to rebuild the stadium and finish it off. And I think when we finally got that done, it was a big deal for all the fans to finally get the stadium. And I know as players, we were so excited because County Stadium was so good. with the clubhouse.
Can you imagine on a night like this?
Yeah, the happiest guy was Tony Miggs for sure. Tony Migliaccio was probably the happiest of all of us.
Well, it's hard to believe that the stadium opened in 2001, and it just looks great. It continues to be. I always say it's the most functional and most comfortable ballpark in the big leagues because you know you're going to have a game. There's a little half swing. Hands got it quickly to second, throw to first for a double play. Jenks, thanks a lot, man. It's always great catching up with you. Good luck on your golf game.
Appreciate it, boys.
Thanks, Jenks.
We'll come over and hang out for fantasy camp and at your house in spring training.
Sounds good.
We just invited ourselves for both things. Jeff Jenkins has been our guest. We'll send him back to the party.
6-2 lead. And just a reminder, it's a matchup of division rivals coming this Tuesday through Thursday as the Brewers and the Cubs face off here at Miller Park for the first time this year. Reserve your spot today by calling 414-902-4000 or go to brewers.com. Good to see Jeff Jenkins looking good, isn't he?
Yeah, that was fun. Glad he came up, spent some time with us. And you were able to do a little upselling there while he was here, maximizing the viewership.
Well, and got a fantasy camp coach.
Jankowski grounds to second for the first out. I mean, you'd think you'd let our guests settle in just a little bit before you started.
Well, it was the second half inning I waited.
So, Jeff, you know about fantasy camp.
Yeah, I run fantasy camp. He was a coach. He had a good time. He was really good. He's also come on occasion when he wasn't a full-time coach and kind of said hello to the guys. And
it was kind of awkward. I was a little afraid. It was like one of those marriage proposals at the ballpark when the camera's on the guy and then you're on the whole stadium, and then the girl doesn't necessarily want to do it, but she does it anyway and then it ends up in a bad marriage.
Well done with the contract, though.
Oh, he signed it. He's in. Oh, I got the signature.
That was good.
It's amazing that you had that printed out before the game.
5-year deal.
I feel like that was premeditated ambush on your part.
I've got a whole stack of them here in my drawer.
Will Myers with one away, hits that one hard into right field. Santana will watch this one fly. Boy, Myers with big power to the opposite field.
And second time he's gone in that direction, and first a double, a line drive over Santana's head, and got a little under it this time, knocked it out of here. It didn't take long to get out. There's that fastball. Not a whole lot of movement on it, right? Out away from, and he just takes it out of here to right field. Good swing. I think he knew right away that he got it. And 5-2.
So Peralta has now allowed 5 runs on 7 hits. Matt Kemp has 2 of those hits and has driven in 2 runs. You're just not quite sure where Peralta's season's going to go. I mean, he's battling, he's disappointed, he's trying to get things going on the mound. As Kemp into right center field. That ball's way back. Man, oh man. Back-to-back home runs, Myers and Kemp, and the Padres now lead at 6-2.
And the other part of it is that velocity's down for Willie here. Last couple of outings for Peralta, we haven't seen the 95-96. That last one at 93 miles an hour, and Kemp gives it a ride. Kemp having a big day. As soon as I said he hasn't had a hit in the series, he's come up with 3 hits.
Yeah, he snapped an 0 for 14 with that single in the first inning, and he's 3 for 3 tonight.
Pretty much the same pitch that he threw to Myers, and same result.
Now has 9 home runs. Kemp with 28 runs batted in for the year. This is game 38, I beg your pardon, for San Diego. So he's stacking up some pretty good numbers this season in his second season as a member of the Padres. 1 gone, 1-1 to Wallace. Big swing and a foul. While Peralta has struggled between the lines, off the field, it's been a year of celebration. He just welcomed in his second child. Sierra was born on the 5th of May, just 9 days ago, as Peralta picks up his second out.
Yeah, Martin Maldonado, the godfather of Sierra.
So I guess that's, as a player, you're ecstatic on one end, your family's growing, got a new baby in the house, and then you're not having a lot of success at your profession. And for a guy who's had a lot of success in the past and Many were expecting to elevate into that elite status as a pitcher all across baseball, not just with the Brewers. It just hasn't been that way this year. This game is so tough.
Yeah, 2 years now for Willie. He hasn't shown the signs that we saw a couple of years ago, and starting to mix in changeups now is Willie Peralta. Time to start working on some stuff.
Yeah, might as well. That was a good one to Upton. Haven't seen a whole lot of changeups from Peralta. That used to be one of his better pitches coming up through the minor league system. Upton taking his time getting back in the box. And the 0-2, 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Upton had a double and an RBI in the first. Padres got 2 in the first, 2 in the third. And they've scored twice here in the fifth on back-to-back home runs by Myers and Kemp. The odd-numbered innings have been trouble for Peralta. Upton's brother Justin now with the Tigers. Padres are able to grab a number of draft picks as Peralta loses Melvin.
And threw him a changeup on a full count.
And a base runner with 2 away.
You wonder how long Craig Counsell is going to stick with him. You got 2 outs here in the fifth. And that's going to be it. As Carlos Torres has been loosening up in the bullpen. I think that's Carlos out there.
And so Peralta is going to be unable to get through 5. 4 2/3, 6 runs. All of them earned, and another tough day at the office for Peralta. Well, you feel for him. Can't quite get it figured out. Counsell goes to the bullpen. We'll set up the new hurler right after this. Milwaukee Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. And by the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. Roof is all closed up on a very cool night in Milwaukee, and tough night at the office for Willie Peralta. He is out, still a runner his responsibility, 4 2/3 with 6 earned runs. And here's Carlos Torres now to try to clean it up. Yeah, he's halt the attack.
Yeah, he's been throwing the baseball pretty well, including his last time out against the Marlins in Miami Wednesday. A scoreless inning. And one of the stronger parts of this ball club, if not the strongest, the Brewers bullpen. In action early tonight.
2 outs in the inning. 2 runs are in. Back-to-back home runs by Myers and Kemp. Upton drew a 2-out walk, and the final hitter for Peralta. Torres a strike thrower, which is what the Brewers need right now. Alexei Ramirez, a single and an RBI his last time up, came with 2 outs. And he's late on a fastball. 0-2 the count.
And Torres has been very aggressive in the strike zone. The fastball, low 90s, and he's got a good slider to go with it. Been a nice addition. The Brewers picked him up right before the season started. Literally.
His first day with his teammates was in the regular season opener, and he got on the mound in that first game. Had barely unpacked his bags, and he was pitching for a new team. But a guy who has been in a lot of places. Got some winter ball experience all through the minor leagues, big leagues with the Mets. Glad to have the opportunity. Oh, 0-2 the count. Upton at first. In the air, center field, playable for Nieuwenhuis. And that will end the inning. Back-to-back home runs. Matt Kemp followed the Will Myers home run. Peralta struggles. 6-2 San Diego.
This one 6-2 in the bottom of the 5th here at Miller Park. We check in our minor league report. Brett Phillips. Let's check out the numbers for him. He leads the whole Brewers farm system with 25 RBIs on the season. You see what he's been able to do over the last 3 games. 5 hits for him, the average over 400, 3 RBIs, 4 runs. Great numbers for Biloxi AA. And before the game, we talked to Craig Counsell about Keon Broxton as well. We talked about him last night, extending his hitting streak to 12 games with the 2 home runs for Colorado Springs. Counsell really pleased to see him performing the way he has been with Colorado. He said, you know, considering he came in about 3 weeks behind, he's now close to leading the league with home runs and stolen bases, and certainly wouldn't rule anything out as to whether we could see him back with the Brewers soon.
All right, Sophia, thanks. And those are two center fielders to keep your eye on. One at AAA in Broxton, and Brett Phillips, Maverick Phillips, when he's not chasing possums around the ballpark.
Yeah, a lot of the top prospects for the Brewers are really doing a good job down in the minor leagues. Arcia and how about Josh Hader? You've been keeping an eye on what Hader's been doing. I mean, incredible numbers. I mean, he doesn't have the wins and losses, but the earned run average really good. Big, strong left-handed pitcher.
Jonathan Lucroy starting this bottom of the 5th for Milwaukee. Lucroy, then Santana and Neuenhuis.
Man, the thing about Kean Broxton, I mean, he's been playing so well, playing every day. I think that the Brewers, you know, if they're going to bring him up, I think they're going to be, you almost have to make a commitment to play him every day, right? I mean, you don't want to sit him on the bench, and you're not going to really have him develop that way. So I guess you keep him down there in the minor leagues until you can make the commitment to have him out there just about every day.
Lucroy strikes out for the first out of the inning. Now Broxton hitting .323 down there with 7 homers, and maybe most notably he has 12 stolen bases at AAA. Broxton's a kid the Brewers got in the Jason Rogers deal with the Pirates. He's a raw talent, but a guy the Brewers are pretty high on. He looked great this spring. Excited to be on a big league roster for the first time to begin the year, which was the first of his career, and probably trying to do too much. I mean, you see it a lot. Chris Davis was that way when he came to the big leagues.
Kind of snowballed on him. I mean, early on wasn't able to get hits, and then he presses, and then you know, you just don't want to see a young kid like that has that much ability just to sit on the bench, wait for his time, not getting consistent playing time, and just get frustrated. You don't need that.
Different kind of job this year for Craig Counsell, because you're not only managing here at the major league level, and you're trying to win games and put people in the proper positions to do that, but you have an eye on development as well, and you're trying to be mindful of playing time. As Santana hits out hard into right field, backing up on it is Kemp at the track. Out number 2.
Yeah, just didn't get good extension. You could see he caught it back in his zone a little bit and wasn't able to drive it. Brad Hand very impressive out of that bullpen, working on his 3rd inning of work. 3 strikeouts. He's only allowed the 1 hit.
Kurt Neuenhuis has 2 hits tonight. 2 for 2 at the plate, presented by Blaze Pizza. Drove in 2 runs with a double in the 1st, then he had a single and a stolen base in the 3rd inning. Both of the hits for Neuenhuis have been to the opposite field. Got his batting average up to .295 with those 2 hits. On base percentage over .400. And you combine his on base and his slugging, his OPS is at .850 right now, or close to .850, for a guy who is not an everyday player. He's getting a lot of playing time, but he's not an everyday center fielder, sharing those duties now with Ramon Flores. They're pretty good numbers right there. Two-one pitch. Chopper on the ground, gloved by Myers, and that will retire the side. So far, Brad Hand has been the story for the Padres. 3 scoreless innings. So, game 3 of this 4-game series on a Saturday night in Milwaukee. Greater coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile as we check in on some action around the league. How about Jake Arrieta? Man, following up that Cy Young performance from last year. He's now won 18 straight decisions. He is 6-0 and comes into this, or had this matchup today, coming in with a 1.13 earned run average. Just incredible stuff from Jake Arrieta. Continues to pour it on. He's now 7-0 after the win today. His ERA actually went up today, Rock.
Yeah.
Giving up a couple of runs at 1.29 ERA.
Well, if they go with the 5-man or 5-day rotation, you're going to see Arrieta on Thursday.
He's worth watching. He's got to lose sometime, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's due.
We haven't even hit June yet. We're mid-May.
Yeah.
He has 7 wins. Hector Sanchez starts this inning. And over on the south side, Chris Sale and the White Sox are rolling as well. Now, they lost today. The Yankees beat them 2-1 today. But both Chicago teams are developing as an early season story in Major League Baseball. Broken bat, little flare into center field, long run. Neuenhuis can't get there. And Sanchez with a base hit.
Yeah, second hit for Sanchez, a ringing double in his first time up to right. Got jammed this time, and Neuenhuis not able to get there. Playing not too deep, but just not able to catch up to it, and it will be a single for Hector Sanchez. A lot of leadoff base runners tonight. And for the Padres,
Carlos Torres gets a chance to start an inning here. He finished the last inning after Willie Peralta was taken out. 4 2/3 innings with 8 hits and 6 runs. On the hook for the loss. Jose Perella batting 8th in Andy Green's lineup. 0 for 1. Certainly been some surprise teams in Major League Baseball this year. I think everybody expected the Cubs to be good. The surprising part is how good they are.
right?
Haven't even lost back-to-back games yet. They're 27-8. And just lost back-to-back against the Padres in that doubleheader on Wednesday.
Yeah.
That was the first time.
Padres beat him game 2, 1-0. And they're going to be a handful when they come in here next week. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday afternoon here at Miller Park.
Any other surprises in the National League for you?
Well, on the negative side, there are a couple of disappointments, I would imagine, in the American League. The biggest two, I think, the Houston Astros, Minnesota Twins.
Yeah, for sure. Ground ball third base. Hill going to second, out there, and that's all they'll get. With the slow moving Sanchez on the run. Hill gets the lead out.
I would have thought the Arizona Diamondbacks would have gotten out of the gates a little bit better. 17-21 to start the season, but they haven't. And they play the Giants tonight.
That game's underway. San Francisco. The whole West in the National League is a bit of a surprise, I think. No team is outside of 3.5 games, top to bottom. Jam shot by Hand, and he is out. A second out. But it's just all mediocre there in the National League West.
Yeah.
And the Padres sitting there in last, and they are 5 games under, but they're only 3.5 back to start play today.
Right. Dodgers and Giants are tied for first. Dodgers 19-17, San Francisco 20-18. I think a surprise team. I don't know if they're going to be able to continue it, but the Phillies at 21-15, not a bad start.
Yeah. Yeah, the Phillies trying to arrive a year earlier than they thought. They've acquired a lot of talent over the last couple of years via trade. Two gone for Jankowski, the Padres leadoff hitter and center fielder tonight. Shows bunt, bunts through it, snap throw to first, not in time.
Always got to be ready with Maldonado behind home plate. He will throw behind a runner, particularly when there's a left-handed hitter up there. He's hidden. Sometimes the runner doesn't know he's throwing down, but he's able to get back. Sanchez.
Oh, and 2 to Jankowski. Final game of the series tomorrow with the Padres. Then the Brewers will take Monday off. And then, as Rock mentioned, the 3-gamer with the Cubs. San Diego has a series with the Giants coming up.
Ready for your first road trip?
Oh, I'm not going on the road.
Oh, no. just home games?
No, of course. We're going to New York.
Actually, you went to St. Louis.
I was in St. Louis.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Took the first trip of the year, half of it anyway. Brewers going to New York and then Atlanta.
Off day in Atlanta.
Looking forward to that. We'll have some fun in Atlanta. I should take you down to the Turner Studios. You're such an NBA fan. We could go check in on the gang.
Yeah.
Sure you'd enjoy that.
Call me if you've got room.
You'd fit right in with those guys.
Yeah.
Right?
They're going to be doing some. They're going to be doing some NBA. Did they do the
Western Conference Finals this year?
Did they do the shows?
Oh yeah, but they do the shows from on location.
Okay.
In Oakland or Oklahoma City. So
that's right.
There won't be anybody there.
That's right. I watched so many of those.
I was trying to set you up, but when you agreed with me, I knew we were going down the wrong path.
Right.
But we can still go by and sit in the studio and, you know, take some pictures.
They got a dress code over there.
They got a pool over there.
Yeah.
They got a pool and a pond.
Members only.
Runner goes 3-2, swung on and missed. Jankowski strikes out. Torres puts up a 0 in the 6th. 6-2 Friars. Brew Crew as we go to the bottom of the 6th. A reminder, you can stream the Brewers on the go. The Fox Sports Go booth Tuesday, May 17th. The Brewers take on the Cubs that day. You can download the app and get a free prize. Visit foxsportswisconsin.com. Click on the upcoming events tab for details. You going to hang out in the little area on the 17th? Might be a good spot to do a game from.
I'm sorry, did you say something?
You checked out for a minute.
I did.
Here's Aaron Hill. That's right by the pregame set, by the way.
You hanging around tonight? Andy
Sure.
Grammer?
We'll be here for the Brewers Live postgame, and then the Andy Grammer concert. You got your playlist all set up? You've been prepping for Andy
I've been
Grammer?
boning up. I've been learning a little bit more. Yeah. What's a playlist?
Aaron Hill takes a ball.
No, really.
It's going to be a lot of fun. He's got some hit songs, man.
Yeah,
He's a
I know.
hit-making machine.
I mean, he could throw, too.
He's got a good fastball. Aaron Hill with a base hit. Shoots one to right, and a clean single for Aaron Hill.
And Padres trying to get 4 innings out of Brad Hand, and if he's able to do that, I mean, he really does put them in a much better position for tomorrow. You know, the Brewers are hoping to get some runs out of them and get that bullpen busy. Only down by 4. Plenty of time left. Beating the shift. You know, I meant to ask Jeff Jenkins about what he thinks about all the shifting and if his approach at the plate would have adjusted if he saw all that.
I feel like he was one of the guys that got the early shifting, you know, back in the day.
Yeah.
Joe Madden, when he was managing for the Rays, put that shift on him. We had Jeff Jenkins in the booth with us tonight. He's great. Always fun to catch up with him. Happy guy.
Classy guy. Yep, he is. Why wouldn't you be? Had a good career.
From USC. Saw Mark McGwire in that Padres dugout. Speaking of USC. The graybeard going.
Man, we were talking yesterday about the 2 hitting coaches that the Brewers have faced the last 2 series. Barry Bonds with the Marlins and Mark McGwire.
Wow. Yeah, there are many layers to those stories.
Right.
But I think the fact they're both back in baseball is a good thing. Mark McGwire admitting his PED use, and you know his career will never be looked at the same, but by all accounts he is a tremendous teacher of the game, and especially the hitting game, and there are many who feel like he could manage one day in the big leagues. Don't know if he'll take that path or not, but he was doing a lot of private lessons in his time away from the game. He's with the Dodgers most recently, and coming to the Padres this offseason with the new young manager Andy Green in his first year as skipper at 38 years of age.
Now, I beg your pardon, Mark McGwire is the bench coach for
bench
the
coach.
Padres. Yeah, I said hitting coach. Alan Zinter is the hitting coach for the Padres.
I think Mark is still very much involved in that side of it. Mark was the hitting coach with the Dodgers, with Don Mattingly as manager. Mattingly now in Miami. Dave Roberts, the manager of the Dodgers now. Full count to Presley. 0 for 2 tonight. He's got a man on. The Brewers trying to cash in here on Brad Hand. He has pitched well. 3 scoreless for him.
Yeah, his pitch count's getting up there in the mid-50s. No activity in that Padres bullpen.
And there's ball 4, so Presley is aboard. 2 on with nobody out, and perhaps Hand is at the end of the line.
Hey, tonight's time of the game winner, Fox Hills Golf Resort and Conference Center in Mishicot. If they call the Brewers by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, they get 40 tickets to a Friday night game in the Miller Lite Beer Pen. It's all for courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
Well, the Padres dugout sent Hector Sanchez out to talk to Hand. Talk to the Hand.
Activity now out in that Padres pen.
He's buying a little extra time. He got that. Quackenbush is in the bullpen. It's very likely that we're going to have a Hand to Quackenbush transfer of pitchers on the San Diego mound.
Yep.
Isn't there an old saying? Bird in the hand?
Yeah. Yeah, I knew you were going with that.
We're 2 in the Quackenbush. Sorry.
You all right?
It's my first day back. I'm glad to see you again.
A little punchy. It's okay.
2 on, nobody out. Maldonado at the plate and trying to bunt his way on. Got Hernan Perez on deck in the pitcher spot. So if Maldonado can reach with the top of the order looming, got a chance to put together a big inning here.
Yeah. Yeah, get that tying run to the plate.
Brewers down 4. Padres have had 3 2-run innings.
And Brewers need to be able to figure out a way to get those extra base hits again. It's been only 1 extra base hit for the Brewers in their last 4 games. A lot of singles. And one right here wouldn't look too bad.
Two balls and a strike on Maldonado. It's been a drought with the home run ball for the Brewers. Got to go back to Mother's Day, May 8th, last Sunday at Cincinnati, to find the last Brewer long ball. That was a 3-homer game, as a matter of fact. Lucroy had the last official home run, was in the 8th inning of that game. 2-2 the count on Maldonado with 2 on, nobody out. Count goes full now, 3-2. Maldonado's seen a lot of pitches tonight. Martin looking for a mistake. A lot of pitches tonight for Brad Hand. This will be number 61. 3-2, and it is a called strike 3. Maldonado looking for the walk, and he punches out.
Yeah, right at the top of the strike zone on the inside corner.
That's 4 strikeouts for Brad Hand.
Yep, look how he had the plate. Foxcroft has it in the strike zone.
So Andy Green getting everything and more that he had hoped out of Brad Hand, and not making a change yet. Might be checking on him. He's asking him. And he's going to stay in, so whatever he said, the manager liked.
Yeah.
You don't see managers go to the mound very often and not take a pitcher back with them. So 2 on with 1 out. Hernan Perez was in that home run grouping on Mother's Day with the pink bat in Cincinnati. The Brewers, even in their home run drought now of almost a week, still 7th in the National League with 39 home runs this year. I've heard they come in bunches.
Yeah.
Perez pinch hitting.
No, it just hasn't been the home run balls we talked about. I mean, extra base hits. They've only had 1 in the last 4 games. That was an Aaron Hill double last night.
Brewers need a big hit. Scored twice in the first. That's been it. Had 2 men on in the third and couldn't get him in. One and one on Hernan Perez. Hernan's hit 3 home runs this year, showing some surprising power.
Yeah, he and Presley have combined for 6. 2 guys that started the year down in the minor leagues, so they provided some run production.
Perez, not only was he in the minor leagues, he was not even on a major league roster to start the year. He'd been taken off the major league roster and then decided to re-sign with the Brewers, thinking that was his best opportunity to get back. And sure enough, it worked out. He had hit 1 career home run in the big leagues until this season, and now he's hit 3 in 13 games. He had played in 156 major league games, sporadically with the Tigers, up and down. And then the Brewers acquired him early last year. He ended up playing 90 games with Milwaukee last year.
Yeah, got off to a slow start with the bat because he hadn't had too many game at bats for the Tigers. But then after that, after about a couple of weeks, he started to swing the bat pretty well.
Lost a lot of weight this offseason. He dropped about 20 pounds. And wouldn't you know it, you lose weight and you hit more home runs.
Yeah,
Go
well,
figure.
a little quicker, maybe, and stronger.
That was never the theory of Babe Ruth. He figured he needed to eat as much as he could possibly eat.
Stay strong. A different time.
2 on, 1 out. 2-2 pitch. In there. Called strike 3. Hand with another strikeout.
Breaking ball this time. That slider's been a good pitch for him.
So 2 men are out. Still 2 on. Cricket brings us something to smile about. And certainly for Jonathan Villar, plenty of smiles to go around. He's 3 for 3 tonight out of the leadoff spot.
And he's over 300. He had a hit yesterday and a couple of walks and a sac fly. So officially 4 for his last 4 official plate appearances last 2 games. And he's been on base 6 times in 2 games. Not bad.
Well, let's see if he can stay hot. Brewers need something to happen here. Andy Green trying to squeeze 4 innings out of Brad Hand. Working that gum over. He's the next Clint Hurdle, I think.
Yeah.
In the gum category.
Although Clint Hurdle has about 4 pieces in his mouth, doesn't he?
The jaws of life.
Right.
Andy Green got this major league job. He impressed A.J. Preller, the young general manager of the Padres, so much. And he has managerial experience. He had managed 4 years in the minor leagues in the Diamondback system. Ended up as their 3rd base coach last year. And gets his chance. It's part of a growing trend. The Craig Counsell familiar with one another from their playing days.
And they both have had to be relatively creative, in the bullpen and in ways to generate some runs. Pretty good start for the Padres, I think.
Well, they're in the right division. They're 5 games under, but only 3.5 back.
Yeah, 3-1 count. If VR is able to reach, you might see Hand stay in there for Jeanette. He's got Santana after, or Lucroy and Santana after Scooter. You might give him one more batter with the left-hander coming up.
Lost him. So VR with a walk on base for the 4th time tonight. The bases are loaded. And the tying run is coming to the plate.
Well, Quackenbush is ready out in that bullpen. But you got the left-hander coming up, and I imagine they're going to leave Hand out there for Scooter, and then that'll be it for him.
Well, Scooter Gennett with a golden opportunity here. He has 1 hit against a left-handed pitcher this year. It came on opening day, his first at-bat of the season. He homered off Madison Bumgarner. He's 1 for 12 against lefties. Big spot in the ball game. Brewers down 4. 3 on, 2 out. Strike 1. Great numbers with the bases loaded in his career. Most of those at-bats coming against right-handed pitchers. Very rarely until this year did Gennett face a lefty. And Scooter takes strike 2. Big curveball in there.
And he's got a good one. He's got a good slider. It's been a good pitch for him, and a lot of his strikeouts have come on that pitch, at least early on in this appearance. There's that slider, the spin, and catches the outside corner.
And now Gennett down 0-2. Brewers stranded, the bases loaded in the 2nd. Gennett representing the tying run. 0-2 pitch. Right off the end of the bat. It's got a lot of English on it. Hand fields it and throws him out, and the side is retired, and Andy Green sticks with his left-hander, and it pays off.
The 6th inning as they trail by 4 in the top of the 7th, and the Brewers and Padres close out the series tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock, and all kids 14 and under get a Jonathan Lucroy replica jersey courtesy of Quick Trip. And remember, kids eat free, 14 and under.
Oh, really? That's a good deal.
Yep.
coming up tomorrow. First baseman Jonathan Lucroy tonight.
Yeah, we had a jersey. They gave us a jersey, one of the replicas, but I think Matt LePay has it in Madison.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I noticed he did make off with a few things in the booth.
Some stuff.
I mean, I really don't have many possessions up here, but what I did have is missing. That is Blaine Boyer. And he'll take over in the 7th with the Brewers down 6-2 in Game 3 of this series.
And another guy in that Brewers bullpen with very good numbers at .212 earned run average, and not a strikeout guy. Only 5 or 7 strikeouts in 17 innings of work, and through 2 scoreless innings on Tuesday against the Marlins in Miami.
He's got Will Myers to start it. Homered his last time up to the opposite field. He and Matt Kemp went back to back, both in the right field, to give the Padres this current advantage of 6-2. Speaking of giveaways, Rock, we got an advanced copy of the alarm clock, the Bob Uecker alarm clock. It's going to be an all-fan giveaway in July. This is sweet.
Does it talk?
Hot ground ball out to Jeanette. And there's out number 1.
Can you get it to?
Yeah, no, it does talk.
Get up, get out of bed. Right?
Is that what it says?
I think that's what it said, among other things.
I got to find the speaker, and then let's see if I can pull this off. Tyler Barnes came up, our boss. Remember him? He came up and
I do. I remember him.
He kind of showed me how it works, and now I seem to have forgotten. I'll remember it. The famous home run call of Bob Uecker. This is a real alarm clock, and when the alarm goes off, there's 2 settings. It'll either do this or it'll do that. No, that didn't do anything, by the way, because I'm waiting. I think you have to actually set the alarm. I know a light comes on. I figured the light out. Swing and a miss by Kemp. He made it look so easy. A pop-up in the infield. Jeanette will make the play.
Does it need a battery?
Do you think that's it? No, there's batteries in there.
Batteries in it.
I just broke it. Well, I know it works. I heard him.
You want me to take a look at it? Yeah, I've been to your house and I've seen your toolbox.
I have a pair of scissors and a shopping bag. And I have a Phillips and a flathead screwdriver.
Right, right.
That's my. That's the entirety of my tool shed.
And not a single mark on any of them.
The scissors are a nice touch, though. You got to admit. I mean, that's the thing I use the most of all my tools.
For what?
You know, cutting things and. It's really kind of embarrassing. I got it. Ground ball to second. That retires the side. See, you doubted me, Rock. I did it.
I did doubt you.
Alarm's going off.
Time for commercial. Please.
6-2.
Please
Brewers
go to
trail.
commercial. Please.
6-2 San Diego, and a reminder that tomorrow NASCAR is headed to the Monster Mile at Dover. It's the Sprint Cup Series, and Jimmie Johnson looks to defend his title from last year. 10:30 a.m. Central, and it's on FS1. You can watch it live on Fox Sports Go. A couple of changes here defensively for San Diego. Adam Rosales will come into play third, and the new pitcher is Kevin Quackenbush.
Yeah, part of a pretty good bullpen for these San Diego Padres. Quackenbush's been around a while. 20th appearance and a .432 earned run average for the right-hander. Quackenbush last pitched on the 11th. A scoreless inning against the Cubs in Chicago. He's not allowed to run in his last 9 outings, so he's been throwing the baseball pretty well.
Jonathan Lucroy leads off. By the way, I need to tie up the ribbon here.
Okay.
I figured it out.
You're not done with the clock?
No. So this is the alarm clock, but listen.
Get out of bed. It's late. Hurry up. Go. And turn me off.
That's the alarm clock.
Get out of bed.
That's Bob Uecker's voice on the alarm clock. All right. Now we can. That promo lasted a lot longer than it should have.
Yeah, well, I think it's the last time that Mr. Barnes is going to be bringing up a giveaway.
I've seen Tyler Barnes twice today. It's never good when the bosses show up. Anyway, they're giving that away to all the fans in July.
Would you trust me to hold on to it?
July 10th.
I'm locking it up.
Yeah, put that away. Got to go get my tools on that one. I think it's really cool.
It is nice, yeah.
It's an alarm clock that you know you wake up to Bob Uecker every morning. Old school alarm clock.
Got a light to it. See it in the dark.
There's a whole generation of people though who are going to say, well, where are the numbers?
Right.
Lucroy with Santana on deck. Brewers have had some base runners. Stranded the bases loaded last inning. Loaded those bases with 2 outs, but stranded them nonetheless. Twice tonight they've left the bases loaded and have left 9 on in this game.
Well, the at-bats with runners in scoring position once again. The Brewers have not been able to come through. They did in the first inning with that Neuenhuis double in the first to tie it up.
Lucroy tonight 0 for 2 with a walk. Walked and scored from first base on a double in the first inning. Able to lay off. Good take. 2-2. Lucroy is the premier bat in the lineup tonight with no Ryan Braun and no Chris Carter in there. Carter just given a day off, and then Braun was in the original lineup. But a scratch after batting practice. Right wrist.
Yeah, he might get tomorrow off as well. I mean, the Brewers have a team day off on Monday.
Hit well. Back is Kemp, and he'll run it down. So it's very cool out. Temperatures in the low 40s. Still cool inside Miller Park. That's one of those fly balls. Maybe when it gets heated up in the summertime has a chance to go.
He hit that one pretty well. Got under it just a little bit, keeping it in the ballpark. And Quackenbush with a fastball, middle away, and that's right where Lucroy likes him. Just got under it enough to keep it in the ballpark, about midway on the warning track.
Here's Domingo Santana. Santana looking for his first hit of the night. He was hit by a pitch. And his second at bat hit by a 3-2 pitch. See that little wrap he's got on his left elbow, right above the elbow. Took a 93-mile-an-hour fastball off that elbow. Just put some tape on it, right? 3-0 is the count, and Quackenbush delivers a strike. Inside, ball 4. Santana draws a walk. So another base runner.
Number of walks that the Brewers have been able to draw tonight. That's 6 hits. They got 5 walks.
Brings up Kurt Neuenhuis, who's 2 out of 3 in this game. Drove in the only 2 runs for the Brewers in the first inning. Brewers have 2 runs on 6 hits. And Neuenhuis trying to keep this one going. The winning version of the Padres bullpen goes Quackenbush, Ryan Buchter, typically in the 7th. Brandon Maurer would be the setup. So Andy Green trying to get it to his closer, and Fernando Rodney, if it gets to a save situation. He's been great this year, Rodney has. So the opportunity the Brewers had with the spot starter Perdomo, as Neuenhuis singles to right. Actually, that's going to go to the wall. It's going to be extra bases, and all the way around is Santana. He'll score. It's another double for Kurt Neuenhuis, and his 3rd run batted in.
We have 2 doubles tonight for the Brewers, and those extra base hits have been few and far between for the crew. And Neuenhuis having a big night at the plate, driven in all 3 runs. He's got 3 hits. He's got a stolen base and able to rip this one down the line. Got a pitch up in his zone and turned on it down in the corner. And there with 1 out, Domingo Santana able to come all the way around to score.
Boy, that base hit, that ball left the bat, and you look up and Matt Kemp is playing so far into the gap in right center field.
Yeah, not expecting Neuenhuis to pull the baseball, and typically he doesn't. He's up the middle into the opposite field. Able to turn on that one up and in.
Ends up as an RBI double. Look how far Kemp is over. The normal wear spot, you see how far he is from that.
And that's why Santana is able to score.
So doing something he doesn't normally do, and it pays off, and the Brewers are within 3. That little spot that is worn out in the grass where most of the right fielders stand. Now Aaron Hill. But the point, Rock, that you're hoping to take advantage early in the game because you've got a spot starter and then you're going to have a long reliever. The Brewers weren't able to do that. So if you're the Padres, you've got this game set up now normal, the way you would like it when you're in the lead.
Yeah, because of Brad Hand. I mean, 4 scoreless innings. I mean, that was a tremendous job by the left-hander, and Andy Green knows it. He's got the game where he wants it. He's got a lead in the 7th. And just a tremendous effort by Hand. 4 scoreless innings out of the bullpen.
And if the Padres would go on to win this game, he would certainly be the winning pitcher. They strike 2 Hill, 2-1. Aaron with 4 homers this year. 3-1 game in Cincinnati. Takes ball 3. The owner of 2 cycles in the major leagues in the same season. As a matter of fact, they were 11 days apart.
Yeah.
And the second one was here at Miller Park. That was as a member of the Diamondbacks.
How many guys have done that and had a 3 home run game, right? Pretty unique.
Rare feat. 3-1 pitch in the dirt. Ball 4. Quackenbush running into a little trouble here. Hill draws the walk. So 2 on. The tying run, Will Badd.
Yeah, 6 walks issued by the Padres, and 2 of them have already come around to score.
Saw the left-hander Bechter. And might be his turn with Alex Presley announced as the hitter. Remember, the Brewers have Chris Carter on the bench. Does Craig Counsell take a shot at it right here with a power bat? So Quackenbush is out. Counsell deliberates. And we'll take a timeout. Set up the new hurler. The left-hander coming in for San Diego. Has a bat in his hands, but Craig Counsell is not going to make that play just yet. He's got the left-hander Alex Presley due to hit, and the Padres bring their lefty reliever in.
Yeah, picked up a save on Thursday. Fernando Rodney had saved both ends of the doubleheader against Chicago the night before, and Buchter came in a 3-up 3-down inning on Thursday. 17 appearances. Look at the earned run average. That's 3rd best in the National League amongst relievers at .54. Big time strikeouts. 23 of them in just shy of 17 innings of work.
Presley, Will Badd. Got the start for Ryan Braun. Brewers down an outfielder tonight. Presley is 5 for 18 against left-handed pitching. Key spot, 7th inning. Brewers down 3, tying run at the plate.
And left-handers against Buchter this year, 1 for 19. So he's been pretty effective.
Buchter is an interesting story. He's 29 years of age. Spent a lot of years in the minor leagues. Had a brief stint with Atlanta in the big leagues, but throwing mostly fastballs. He's gone from an unknown to a late leverage pitcher for the Padres this year. Fernando Rodney is having a great season as the Padre closer. He saved both games in their doubleheader win in Chicago on Wednesday. So as he was off limits Thursday, Buchter came in and knocks a save in that game 1 win for San Diego. Brewers won last night 1-0 to even the series. and find themselves down 6-3 late. 2 on, 1 away. Fastball strike.
Yeah, big guy, doesn't throw all that hard. 92 miles an hour for Buchter. And breaking ball to go with it.
Presley up with Maldonado due next. Well, he must have some movement. You could just tell by the way Sanchez catches the ball that there's a little wrinkle in that fastball. You don't see Sanchez, who's a pretty good catcher back there, good hands, and he almost missed that.
He's not catching them clean, is he?
Tends to cut his fastball that moves away from a left-handed hitter. Hitters count 3-1. Runner goes and no throw. That's ball 4. Didn't matter.
There's a nice at bat for Alex Presley. Lefty versus lefty. Remember, Buchter 1 for 19 against left-handed pitching, or hitting I should say. And now it's Chris Carter time with the pitcher's spot coming up, or actually Maldonado's spot coming up.
Counsell was waiting for the moment, holding those cards, trusting Alex Presley is really what it boils down to more than anything. And Presley delivers, and now Carter will get his swing at Buchter, representing the go-ahead run. And he tops the Powerball home run leaderboard with 10.
And he's due. Yeah, once again, the Brewers with the bases loaded. They've left the bases loaded in 2 different innings this tonight. Good time for number 11.
Chris Carter is 0 for his last 20 at the plate. He's seen his average drop from 281 down to 242. But as good hitters will say, or at least hitters who manufacture confidence, they're that much closer to breaking out of it.
Yeah.
Those are good numbers with the bases loaded. High batting average. 2 grand slams in his career. The Brewers would love to see number 3. That would give him the lead. Ooh, fastball in there for a strike.
Man, good velocity there is best. 93 miles an hour.
Ryan Buchter in a big spot. 1-1. 2-1 the count. That's the one that
cutter.
It has Sanchez having a tough time catching that.
Backhanded and catching it thumb down, and that's what makes it tough. I mean, that quick movement, you like to turn that glove over, but Sanchez not having enough time to do it.
That is dangerously close to a wild pitch. 2-1. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Yeah, how about another walk? They've already walked 3 in the inning.
Andy Green's pushed all the right buttons tonight. He took Quackenbush out, going with his big lefty. Hitters count for Carter. Fans are into it. 3-1. Carter swings high, fly ball, right center, won't carry.
Just missed it.
It'll be deep enough to score the run.
Too bad. He just missed that one.
So the Brewers get within 2 now on the sac fly and RBI from Chris Carter.
Well, it's all fastballs from Buchter to Chris Carter, and really not able to find the strike zone. He got the 1-0 pitch on the corner, but then it was difficult to get that cut fastball in the strike zone. And then on 3-1, Chris Carter looking for one to drive, and he got one. He got one down the middle, a little bit above the knees, and just missed it. Got a little bit underneath, down on the trademark just a little bit. He got the sacrifice fly, but I think Chris Carter would like to have another whack at that one.
Carter leads the National League in sac flies, by the way. That's his 5th of the year. And now Colin Walsh pinch hitting, tying run at first, And the switch hitter takes a ball low. And here's a guy that needs a moment as a Milwaukee Brewer.
Right, especially right-handed. Walsh, the only available right-handed bat left on the bench, except for Ryan Braun. Not sure if he's available.
2 on, 2 out. Brewers down 2. Wall still looking for his first hit as a right-handed batter. He's 0 for 10. Has 4 hits for the season. Aaron Hill at second. Presley at first. Hitters count again. Inside. Wow, backed him out of there. 3-0 is the count on Walsh.
Well, Colin Walsh might take a couple here. He does walk a lot, although he's had a tough time getting base hits.
On base percentage at .321. And he walked him on 4 straight. So Walsh is aboard. The bases are loaded. The lineup turns over. And the hottest hitter in the lineup today for the Brewers, Jonathan Villar, is coming up.
Well, the last time the Padres got him out in an official at bat was in the 3rd inning on Thursday. 3 hits. I should say 6 for 6, 3 walks. He's got a sacrifice bunt in there. And third pitcher going to be used by Andy Green in this inning.
So Quackenbush and Buchter struggling to throw strikes. And the next call to the bullpen for Andy Green. Brewers have a chance here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 2 runs are already in. Jonathan Villar coming up with the bases loaded, and the Brewers down 2. 2 runs are in here in the 7th inning as the walk train has started. Brandon Maurer is in his 19th appearance of the year, and Andy Green just looking for an answer out of that bullpen.
Somebody to throw some strikes. I mean, 4 walks in the inning. The only hit coming from Kirk Neuenhuis, an RBI double, and an amazing turnaround here. The Padres walk in the ballpark here tonight. We saw Maurer on Thursday through a scoreless 8th inning.
Power right-hander Brandon Maurer, typically the setup man. Andy Green bringing him on in the 7th. 95-mile-an-hour fastball is in there for strike 1 on Villar.
And you talk about red hot. We talked about 6 for 6, 3 walks, and a sacrifice bunt. Last time the Padres got this guy out was on Thursday in the 3rd inning.
Wave and a miss. He took something off, and Villar was way out ahead of that one.
And a little change up, and it's a good one. And the movement going away from VR over the top of it.
It's that old Vulcan grip like Kyle Loesch used to throw. 0-2 in the dirt. Good block by Sanchez. Third time tonight the Brewers have had the bases loaded. VR splits right and left. The switch hitter looking for one mistake from this hard throwing right-hander. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2-2 now. We figure this is the action pitch right here. He certainly does not want to go 3-2 on VR to get the runners a head start. Does he dare throw a breaking ball here? Or the splitter?
That changeup, a good pitch. Everything away.
And VR, wow, takes it just off the plate. Fastball at 96.
Guys are patient. They do take some close pitches. And now you got him. The runners are going to get a head start. And very good speed on the bases.
All 3 will go with the pitch. Tying run at second. Go ahead run at first. And VR takes a called strike 3. Looking for the walk. Mauer delivers the strikeout. And for the 3rd time tonight, the Brewers strand the bases loaded. But they score twice. Chipping away. They're down a pair as we go to the 8th.
Consecutive innings are down by a pair, and keep up with the crew wherever you are with MLB.com At Bat, the official app of the Brewers, featuring live broadcasts, scoring updates, breaking news, and more. Download At Bat today free for your smartphone or tablet. We use it up here.
We're using it right now, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Changes for the Brewers here as we go to the 8th inning. Chris Carter will stay in and play first base. He had the sacrifice fly in a pinch hit appearance last inning. That moves Lucroy from first to behind the plate. Maldonado is out. And the new pitcher for the Brew Crew is Michael Blazek.
And Blazek, good numbers, 265 earned run average in appearance number 18 here tonight. Slider, curveball predominantly for Blazek. He'll mix in that fastball from time to time. There's one. Very good off-speed stuff for Blazek this year.
Blaine Boyer works a scoreless 7th inning for the Brewers. That was in a 6-2 game. Now Blazek out there to try to keep the Padres at 6, give the offense a chance.
And Blazek threw a scoreless inning last night, gave up a hit, but struck out a couple of batters.
Well, he looked nasty last night.
Yeah.
His stuff is electric right now. Or at least it was last night. Try to get him going back-to-back games. He's enjoying his new role as a late inning reliever, high leverage late inning reliever. Two-two. Upton up the middle, base hit.
You don't miss many fastballs, Melvin Upton. I mean, it was the only fastball that he threw, and Upton hammered it. You know, he took Thornburg deep here on Thursday night on a fastball. It's the breaking pitch that gives him problems, and if you can't throw it for strike, he will get you. Had a good night Thursday here at the ballpark.
Upton with his second hit tonight, drove in a run with a double in the first, and he's been on 3 times. Leadoff base runner for the Friars, and here is Alexei Ramirez. Brewers are hoping to get some pieces put back together in the bullpen soon. Saw Will Smith before the game. He was excited about a successful side session, throwing once again off the mound.
That was yesterday. He's got another one scheduled for tomorrow.
Sophia has more on the bullpen story. How about Corey Knebel and Will Smith, to name a few, Sophia?
Yeah, that's right. Will Smith threw off the mound yesterday, 25 pitches, and as you guys said, he'll throw again tomorrow. And very pleased with how everything went yesterday. Got things up to 100%. And Corey Knebel and Matt Garza both continue to make progress. And Craig Counsell joked, it's not like it's the Amazing Race trying to get these guys back, but they have sped up the process a little bit. So Corey Knebel will likely throw on Friday off the mound. Garza is scheduled to throw Thursday. And if things progress as planned, it's possible that they could go out on minor league rehab assignments around the end of the month. And Sean Nolan was in town yesterday. The lefty has been on the disabled list since spring training. And he was evaluated by team doctor, Dr. William Rosh, and now he will make a decision in the next few days whether he needs Tommy John surgery.
It's a tough break for him. Thanks, Sophia. Yeah, Sean, we haven't talked much about him. We saw him just briefly in spring training, and coming over to a new organization, coming from the A's and wanting to impress, and tough break. It'll be interesting to see what he decides, whether he decides to rehab the elbow or go for the ligament replacement surgery, the Tommy John procedure.
Yeah, well, if he's hoping to get back next year, I think he better make that decision sooner than later. I mean, if he's going to go the surgery route. Will Smith elected not to go with the surgery right away, and it looks like he's going to be able to at least go on a rehab assignment. And you're not too much worried about, Will Smith throwing the baseball, pitching off the mound. It's the uncontrolled activities, fielding the baseball, covering the bases, and those are the kind of things you can't control, in side sessions and in throwing batting practice and things like that. So it's going to take a while.
That's a torn ligament in the knee for Will Smith, wearing a big brace. He likes his brace, though. I mean, he said he felt like it felt stable. I think that the mental part of it is probably the biggest part of it, knowing that he's not going to injure it any more than it already is, and they've been working hard to try to let the body heal itself. It's not the kind of tear that was a slam dunk surgery for Smith, that knee injury. Surgery is not always the best option, and in this case it looks like it is a good move. There's a fly ball to left. Presley taking a circuitous route to get that one, but he makes the play.
There was a humpback liner that had some topspin on it. It was sinking as it got out there and had to make an adjustment, had to come in. And you get that topspin on, it's going to sink as it gets out there, sinking and hooking, and you can see the route that he took, had to make an adjustment, was able to make the catch.
So Hector Sanchez now, and Blazek looking for the ground ball to get out of this inning. Man on, 1 out. A lot of attention being paid to Upton over there at first base. Hey, Blazek has a great move over there.
And they quick feet. Able to square his shoulders quickly with those quick feet.
A college shortstop.
That's how
Blazek,
quick
or
the
high school
feet are.
shortstop, I should say. Amateur
Barely-
shortstop.
Yeah, barely lifts his feet off the ground and is able to spin around.
Upton looks like he wants to run. He takes off. Breaking ball. Lucroy's throw is late. Had no chance. Good jump. Right pitch to run. Stolen base for Melvin Upton, his 7th.
And that's the thing. You got to be heads up. You know, you got that big shift like that, and there's nobody on the left side, and somebody has to scoot on over to third base. It was VR this time. Check it out. Nobody over there. You know, Upton gets up, and had VR not gone over there, it would have been nobody at third.
A spinner in there for a strike. One and two now on Sanchez.
Yeah, well placed fastball right there, right on the hands. Couldn't get the bat head out. Now he dropped that curveball down in the dirt.
Sanchez with 2 hits tonight, a double and a single. In his first game as a Padre. Got him. Good call, partner.
Yeah. I've been watching him pitch for a while.
You sound like a former big league catcher calling these pitches.
Well, fastball in, then you drop the breaking pitch down around the shoot tops, and that's a difficult pitch for anybody, particularly left-hander. Tough for him to lay off of that pitch, and Lucroy able to keep it in front.
2 outs in the inning. First strikeout for Blazek. Runner at second for Jose Perella. And he threw another one. Wave and a miss. That would be more of the curveball variety.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Curveball, sliders, and you know, chooses his spots very carefully with a fastball in tough spots, tough situations like this.
Looked like Perella was gearing up for a fastball.
Oh yeah.
Another breaking ball. Another curveball. Curveball is in the upper 70s. Sliders in the low to mid 80s.
85, 86.
And then that fastball can get into the mid 90s. So it gives the hitter a lot of different things to think about. Another breaking ball. You can almost just see in the body language of Perella.
Yeah, I mean,
young hitter, he's ready to go. He's ready to swing, and he's gearing up for the fastball. So they're sticking with the breaking balls.
Yeah, and you can see that out on the mound. I mean, you know, Lucroy can sense it. I mean, this guy is geared up for the, you know, the fastball, and way out in front of the curveball. Good pitch here is a slow breaking pitch in the dirt. Get him way out in front.
And a breaking ball low. It was a little pop up. Jeanette is there. Man, you're calling a beautiful game up here, Rock. You should be catching tonight.
Yeah, too late. Can't get up. I get down there, couldn't get back up.
Brewers coming up, bottom 8.
Postgame, that big number 12 left on base for Milwaukee so far. They've stranded the bases loaded in each of the last 2 innings yet. Only down 2 runs in this game. Willie Peralta gave up all 6 runs so far to the Padres. Brewers continue to battle. We're going to cover it all here from Craig Counsell. Brewers Live Postgame on the way.
All right, Craig, thanks. Bill Schroeder will be joining Craig. Well, we will too, actually.
Yeah, you and I are going to be there. Yeah, I've been pinch hitting for Davey.
You
know, this weekend series. And
so you're bringing me in with you tonight? That's nice of you to open up the floor.
I think you know, you need to practice. I think. You're going to bring the alarm clock with you?
I might. Scooter Gennett leads off. Brewers running out of outs here, down to their last 6 outs, down 2 runs. Craig hit it on the head, though. The 12 left on base, the 12 lobs are sticking out like a sore thumb right now. Bauer did a good job getting out of the last inning.
Yep, on a 3-2 pitch right on the outside corner. He's got good stuff. Brewers have left the bases loaded 3 different times tonight.
Well, most managers like to have defined roles, at least start a reliever in an inning and let him finish that inning. Andy Green forced to go to his 8th inning man in the 7th, and coming back for this 8th now. And you're always interested to see how a reliever fares when he goes to the bench, sits down, then comes back, especially on a cool night like this. Even though we're indoors, it's still chilly inside Miller Park. Nothing wrong with that. Just Powder River with the fastball, and Gennett is gone. Back-to-back strikeouts for Mauer, striking out Villar to end the inning with the bases loaded. Now he gets Gennett.
Yeah, right down the middle. Look at that, number 5. I mean, that's the crosshairs right there in the strike zone, and 96 miles an hour.
Mauer came to the Padres from the Mariners prior to last season. That new general manager A.J. Preller, in his 2nd year, he had a lot of moves in his first offseason, which was before the 2015 year. They got Mauer in the Seth Smith deal with Seattle. Padres are going to have a ton of draft picks coming up, much like the Brewers. They're banking on stocking up their minor league system, and they've been acquiring prospects too. That ball ripped into right center. Base hit for Lucroy. And a man is on. The tying run will bat here in the 8th as Lucroy singles to right center.
Turns around a 99-mile-an-hour fastball. That's what it said on the scoreboard. Wow. An 0-2 pitch, 4-seamer, 99. And Lucroy able to center on it because it was down in the zone. A little bit easier to get to it when it's down there, and able to center on it, and that brings the tying run to the plate.
Went out just as fast as it came in. Now Santana. Santana has a power bat. He's only hit 3 this year. Brewers have expectations that Santana would be a 20-25 home run a year player. Just getting his big league career started, though. It's going to be his first full season.
Yep, learning his strike zone. He's been very patient at the plate, getting his walks, but sometimes being too patient. I mean, you could say that about a lot of these Brewer hitters, taking a lot of 3rd strikes.
One man out. Padres asking some extra outs out of Brandon Mauer.
See, all the good work that Brad Hand did was kind of negated with Quackenbush and Buchter only able to go a 1/3 of an inning.
Mauer has not pitched across 2 different innings this year. This is his first time. All of his other outings have been 1-inning stints, or no more than 1-inning stints. Big strikeout numbers as Santana takes to fill the count.
Red hot Kirk Neuenhuis on deck.
Another guy you'd like to see at the plate with men on base. Full count, runner at first. Santana a little bit late. 97 with the fastball there. Brandon Maurer, Southern California native, and only 25 years of age. Has closer stuff. And he lost him. Maurer walks Santana. 2 on. The tying run is aboard for Neuenhuis.
All right, 9th walk issued by the Padres. Boy.
Neuenhuis tonight with 3 hits. It started with a 2-out, 2 RBI double in the first inning. Next time up, he had a single to the opposite field, which gave him 2 at-bats and 2 opposite field base hits. He also stole a base in that sequence. And then he pulled one last time up, Rock, for a double.
Turned on a breaking pitch in on him, and that'd be interesting if he's able to rip one down that right field line again. Domingo Santana runs pretty well. Tying run on base. 9 walks issued by the Padres. You don't win many games walking 9 batters. Brewers need to take advantage of this.
2 of those 9 walks have scored for the Brewers. Neuenhuis representing the go-ahead run. Padres have out-hit the Brewers 10-8. But a ton of traffic on base tonight for Milwaukee. They've had at least 1 man on in every inning with the exception of the 5th. Had him out in front. A changeup. It's all about consistency now for this guy. He's got all the stuff to be a star in the bullpen in this game. Neuenhuis looking for a mistake. The 1-2 pitch in the air. Left center field. Got some carry. Back is Jankowski at the wall. He makes the catch. Both runners will tag and advance.
Oh boy, just missed it. Wow.
Long, loud out by Neuenhuis.
And just a little bit more. Get center on it just a little bit more, and that's a 3-run homer. A slider that stayed right down the middle of the plate. And boy, Neuenhuis continues to make good contact tonight. Look at the Brewers dugout. Do you think they thought it was out? Right up against the fence.
And another month it might be. Just missed it.
I think deep down he knew he didn't get it.
So 2nd and 3rd with 2 outs, and it's Aaron Hill now. Brewers need a big hit. They've left a lot of runners on base tonight. 3 times they've had the bases loaded. A base hit should tie it. Got Lucroy at 3rd and the speedy Santana at 2nd. Another off-speed pitch. Hill way out in front. Good numbers to think about for Aaron Hill. 7th inning or later. He's having some success. 2 of his 4 home runs have come in late inning at bats, late game at bats. A strike. Called strike. 1-2.
And Mauer all of a sudden going more with the sliders now. Neuenheit's almost hit one out of the ballpark, and that was a pretty good one right on the corner.
That was outside, according to Fox Tracks. Got a break with that call. Brewers have gotten a few tonight, too. 1-2 pitch on the ground, up the middle, slow roller. Ramirez makes the play. Nice scoop over there by Myers.
Wait a second.
And hold the phone here. What do we have? We got a catcher's interference.
Again.
The second of the night.
Yep.
My goodness.
Runners have to go back, and now Aaron Hill is going to get first base.
I have never seen 2 CIs in one game.
And you hardly ever see him with a right-handed batter. There you go. He hits the glove again, and I mean, that's not even close. I mean, Hector Sanchez, second error. Checks the glove. Gets plenty of the glove that time.
Yeah,
and,
easy.
I was wondering, you know, Aaron Hill knew it right away. I was watching the baseball, but the runners have to go back, and the Brewers have the bases loaded once again.
How many ways could the Brewers get on base? If you're Hector Sanchez, it happens once. Shame on you, right? It happens twice. That's a problem.
Yeah, right.
For the Padres.
I mean, you can't be that close, particularly on a right-handed batter. I mean, right-handed batter.
So the Brewers get a break. And now the bases are loaded for Alex Presley. Tying run at second. I guess the other side of that, if the bat doesn't hit the glove of Sanchez, who knows? Aaron Hill might hit that one in the seats.
Might be a gapper, right? You don't know. Bottom line, the Brewers once again with the bases loaded. Incredible 3 consecutive innings.
And for the 4th time tonight. .30 pitches for Mauer. They brought him in the 7th. Here he is in the 8th. 2 outs, bases full. And that one misses low. 1 ball, 1 strike on Alex Presley. Presley, late add to the lineup. Ryan Braun scratched after BP. 1-1 pitch, fouled away, was late. 96-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 1-2 now.
Yep, 96 up in the strike zone. Presley able to make contact. Well, if you're Lucroy, you get a big secondary lead. If he throws a slider in the dirt, take off.
Tying run at second, and Santana. Here it comes. Fights one off. 97 with that heater. Presley's just one of those scrappers. Guy's been up and down, major leagues, minor leagues. Used to see a lot of him in his days with the Pirates. Last 2 seasons with the Astros. First year Brewer. Big spot for him. The 1-2 pitch and a shot. Oh, it's by Myers. A race to the bag, and Presley's in there. Throw gets away. Lucroy's already in. Santana scores, and we are tied. Six on a hot ground ball to first by Alex Presley.
A bullet too, got it right through Will Myers. They're throwing to home plate, nobody there. I mean, that wasn't even close, that throwing to home plate, and the Brewers tie it up. Well, finally able to cash in with the bases loaded. 3 consecutive innings. Look at this bullet right through Will Myers. Check it out. Look at Ed Cedar. He's sending Santana. He never really slowed down. Look at the throw, not even close. And Brewers able to tie it up, and they still have another out to play with here, second and third. Boy, what a nice at bat for Alex Presley. He continues to impress. And not sure if.
And that one's driven way back left field. It's going to stay in. Carter almost hit one out. Man, just missed it by a fraction on the bat. However, the Brewers get 2 in the 7th, 2 more in the 8th. We're all tied at 6. With a bit of a rally, got some good fortune. They're all tied at 6 as we go to the top of the 9th inning. Let's check our game summary if you're just picking us up. Alexei Ramirez driving in a run for the San Diego Padres early in this one. And then you went back-to-back with Myers and Matt Kemp. That was in the 5th inning. That made it 6-2. Willie Peralta really struggled here tonight, giving up 6 earned runs in 4 2/3 innings. And then the Brewers had all these base runners left on base. They finally got a break on a hot shot from Presley. Infield single and an RBI, and then there was an error on the throw to the pitcher covering the bag that led to the 2nd run. And we're all tied up as we go to the 9th inning, and Craig Counsell is going to bring on his closer, Jeremy Jeffress.
And a tie game. You hope that Jeremy puts up a 0 and the Brewers can put a run up in the bottom of the inning. And Jeffress picked up the save in last night's ball game. 9th of the season, has been unscored upon in 13 of 15 appearances so far this year. He's got a 1-0 record. Looking to go 2-0 here tonight.
Adam Rosales will bat his first at bat of the game. He came in to play 3rd a couple of innings ago. One thing about Jeffress, his numbers, in save situations, he has not allowed a run. He is 9 for 9 in save situations and 0 earned runs allowed. All of his earned runs have been given up in non-save situations. Has a 6 ERA in those spots. This will be his 7th game in a non-save situation, but 3 of those runs came in one game. He's been terrific.
Yeah, he has. His curveball's been really good. He worked around a leadoff error in yesterday's ball game in the 9th in a 1-0 game. Next guy came up, they turned a double play.
Rosales batting in the 9th spot. Came in on the double switch. You got the top of the order due next. So Rosales, Jankowski, and Will Myers in this inning. If anybody gets on, Matt Kemp. 3 balls and a strike. In there, strike 2 for Jeremy. Ground ball to second. Good comeback for Jeremy Jeffress. Down 3-0, comes back to get the ground out to start the 9th inning.
Yeah, that two-seam fastball, that good movement going in as it gets to the hitting zone and got the ground ball. Brewers bullpen has not allowed a walk since they've come in. Willie allowed 3. And you see that two-seam fastball. The release point gives him that good downward action on it, and he got the ground ball out.
Jankowski now in the leadoff spot tonight. Walked, stole a base, scored a run way back in the first. He is 0 for 3. Looking ahead to the Milwaukee 9th inning. Brewers will have a pinch hitter. And then back to the top of the order. VR and Jeanette. Could see Lucroy next inning as well.
And the question is Ryan Braun available to come off the bench? Yeah, Ryan Braun's available or left, and so is Ramon Flores.
Council playing a man short tonight with Braun scratched from the lineup. Two balls and a strike. Yep. That's the lineup card that Council has to deal with tonight. He's down to 3 relievers. Good shape there, but Braun, he doesn't have a line through his name, but there's an asterisk.
Question mark.
Flores, a left-handed hitter. 2 balls and a strike. One thing, the Brewers with the comeback, they've been able to weather the late inning reliever storm for San Diego, meaning they've used all their winning relievers that set up Fernando Rodney. So Andy Green probably has no choice but to go to his closer in the bottom of this inning. So as far as pitching goes, the Brewers are ahead of the game. Jeffress walks Jankowski.
Yeah, not a guy you want to walk. This guy can run. Hey, the first 15,000 fans at Miller Park for the Brewers matchup with the Cubs this coming Tuesday, May 17th. We'll get a Ryan Braun photo card, which also includes a Century coupon. Compliments of Century Foods.
Well, now it's Will Myers with big power. And barring a double play, Matt Kemp will hit in this inning, and he's a triple away from the cycle tonight.
And Jankowski might be trying to steal a base here.
Jankowski had a bag in the first. That was with Maldonado catching. That was right away in the first inning. No balls and a strike on Myers. 2 hits, a double and a homer. 2 out of 4. Jeffress close. He is one of the few closers that has a very good move to first base. Council might want to take a look at this. He's asking his bench coach Pat Murphy to check in with the video replay personnel.
Quick feet, gets that baseball over there. Look at that, right on the money. Maybe a little bit late. Remember, the Brewers won a game in Cincinnati that ended with Billy Hamilton being thrown out at second base with Jeffress on the mound. So he does get rid of it pretty well. He understands holding runners.
That's an added bonus from a closer. And he's not afraid to throw to first, which every base runner will tell you that takes a little starch out of the legs when you're having to dive back all the time.
And most closers are pretty slow to home plate. Jeffress is not. He can be quick.
You got a power hitter at the plate. Myers hit his 7th homer earlier tonight, back in the 5th. On the ground, chance to turn it here. VR, oh, he dropped it and gets the out at second base. Boy, that was room service for VR. He tried to hustle that throw over there to Jeanette.
And you know, what you do there is that you give Matt Kemp a chance. This is a room service double play, and you just can't be fumbling around those. Now Matt Kemp gets an opportunity.
I'm not sure he got him out. They're going to review this.
Yeah, I mean, trying to get rid of it a little bit too quickly.
I don't know. That's going to be close.
Yeah, good play by Scooter Jeanette, keeping his foot on the bag and catching the baseball, but they're going to go to the review.
Well, this turns into a huge call here. If the call stands, it'll be 2 outs and a runner at first. If it's overturned, you're talking about the go-ahead run now in scoring position, only 1 out, and a hot hitter coming up.
Wow.
I think what's important in this spot, at least from the replays we've seen, is that the call on the field is out. So is there enough evidence to overturn this?
And it's just a matter of when the baseball makes contact with the glove of Jeanette, not when the glove closes around the baseball.
Looks like Will Myers is injured, Rock.
Yeah.
Clutching at his calf. So we got a review going on, and then they're checking on an injured player here. Well, this might be the most definitive look.
I'll tell you what, it looks bang bang, and the call on the field is out.
Wow. I mean, we're looking at this 4 or 5 times, slowing it down. These guys are having to make this call with the naked eye on the spot.
Yeah. And they're pretty much looking at the same things in New York that we're looking at here, and that the last angle that we showed you is probably the best one.
Jeff Nelson's the crew chief. He's out there with Laz Diaz, and let's see what the call is going to be here. Out. So the call stands, and that is a big call there for the Brewers. That could have gone either way. Not enough evidence there clearly, and now Andy Green's going back out. There's Will Myers, who's had a long history of injury. He's clutching at his leg. Looks like the calf area. And I think he's coming out. Yep, on his way. So that's a double whammy for the Padres.
Yeah, Wallace is already out of the game, who could shoot over to first base. We'll see what they elect to do.
Padres are already playing a man short with Norris hurt. Check him out right after the swing as he's trying to bust it down the line to stay out of a double play.
Looked like he kind of lost his balance when he tried to get out of the box.
And to the clubhouse he goes. Padres have had maybe the worst injury season of anybody in the big leagues as John Jay's coming off the bench. Not sure what the defensive maneuvers are going to be, but
I'm amazed that Andy Green is going to, burn one of his best pinch hitters. I mean, the pitcher spot is coming up after Kemp. And that would be a pretty good spot. If I'm a Padre guy, I'm waiting for John Jay maybe to grab a bat in the event that Kemp draws a walk. Or doesn't get the job done. Interesting choice.
Yeah, well, my book the only guy left is Bethancourt, right? The backup catcher at this point for position players. So we'll see what he does here. You got Matt Kemp. Go ahead and run at first base. 9th inning in a 6-6 game, and Jeffress steals a strike. Now Norris is active, but I'm not sure Norris is available. He got hit in the wrist on Thursday.
But I guess he could run, couldn't he? Not that he's the fastest guy out there, but
that's a good point.
I mean, you're burning John Jay. He's not going to be able to hit.
Good call. Broken bat, back up the middle. Jeanette will make the play to end the inning. So Kemp, who was a triple away from the cycle, has his bat busted up by Jeffress, and we go to the bottom of the 9th. Brewers trying to walk it off tonight at Miller Park. Comeback for the Brewers tonight, down 6-2 going into the 7th inning. They scored 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, all tied here as we go to the 9th. Brewers baseball tonight on Fox Sports Wisconsin, presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. So we were wondering what the move was going to be for San Diego, and Derek Norris will in fact come in and play first base. He was on deck. Not sure how that wrist is doing at this point. Not in the lineup tonight, but he's in the game. And Fernando Rodney, the San Diego closer, is on in a tie game.
Yeah, pitched in both ends of the split doubleheader in Chicago and picked up saves in both. Has not allowed an earned run this year. 10 for 10 in save opportunities in game number 15.
He has allowed 1 run. It was unearned all season, as Ramon Flores will pinch hit for the Brew Crew in the 9th. Flores playing some time in the outfield, center field yesterday. And with Ryan Braun's situation, his left wrist is what kept him out of the lineup today. Not sure if Craig Counsell's down to his last position player either. Braun is back on the bench. Fernando Rodney in his crooked hat. He had a rough year last year with the Mariners. Just 16 saves, had a 4.74 ERA. High expectations for the Mariners last year, and they really struggled, and Rodney was a big part of it. But he's bounced back this year.
That best pitch is a changeup, and he's behind in the count to Flores. 3-1, just threw the changeup.
Rodney ended up with the Cubs last year, was traded in August, was on their postseason roster. And a strike.
Another one.
He is very comfortable with the changeup.
Yes, he is.
Still has decent power in that arm, but not like he used to be. That's what he does, and he goes, and Flores is out.
Yep, got behind 3-1 and then proceeded to throw 3 changeups in a row. No surprise. Yeah, when he was younger, he had that pitch and a fastball in the upper 90s.
Rodney, 39 years of age. When you watch him pitch, just think Francisco Rodriguez,
Right.
K-Rod. They go about their business basically the same way. Sometimes they're more effective when they're behind in the count. VR shows bunt, takes a ball.
K-Rod doesn't shoot the arrows.
No arrows. The signature of Rodney that started back when he was a member of the Tampa Bay Rays. Brewers are looking for their first walk-off of the season. Be a good spot for it right here. 6-6 game. 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th to tie it. Two and 1. You look at that fastball by Rodney, and it's 93 miles an hour, but nowadays at 39 years of age, you could tell it takes a lot out of him, first of all, and he's got to really work for it.
Yeah, well, I mean, 93 is still pretty good when you're sitting on, 81, 82, looking for the changeup. Still effective, but not nearly as effective as, when you lose, 5-6 miles an hour on your fastball, that's a big deal.
Hitters count for VR. Fastball missed, ball 4.
And you got a base stealer on first base now. Walk number 10 issued by the Padres. 10 walks. Wow. Goodness.
Tomorrow, Cesar Vargas, a native of Mexico, up from AA this year. He'll match up against Zach Davies. Finale of the series. Miller Lite, what's on tap? 12:30 is airtime for Brewers Live. First pitch just after the 1 o'clock hour at Miller Park. And the Brewers are hoping that is for a series win. Throw to first. Oh, and it's a bad throw. And now VR on his way to second. A good throw might have had him. VR took a break towards second base. And if Rodney puts that on the bag, he's looking at an out. Instead, the winning run at second.
Yeah, he's getting a big lead. That's a huge lead. Look at that. I mean, a good throw, and he's going to be out easily. That's the 4th error that the Padres have committed tonight. Boy, 10 walks, 4 errors, and it's a tie game in the 9th. How's that possible?
I'm with you.
Oh, man.
Now Scooter Gennett can win this one with a base hit, perhaps. Outfielders are in. And Gennett, a wave and a miss out in front of that changeup. Matt Kemp has a very good arm in right field. Jankowski and Upton both cover a lot of ground. Melvin Upton has 5 outfield assists this year. 96 with the fastball.
Found a little bit of it. Fountain of youth out there.
0-2 the count on Gennett. Scooter missed some time with an oblique injury. Taking a little time between pitches. He's in a hole. Winning run at second. And Jeanette takes another fastball. That one in 97.
Yeah, he can find it when he needs it, right? I mean, he's in a pickle right now, and he's finding that extra velocity somewhere.
He has not allowed an earned run this season as we sit here on the 14th of May. It's been an impressive start to the year, but the Brewers have him on the ropes. You got Lucroy coming up next. Winning run at second. See what he gives him. VR takes off. Jeanette strikes out. Throw to third in time. Oh my goodness. They are going to review this, but VR called out. And for the moment, it is a strike him out, throw him out double play to win the inning.
Nope, it's going to be an out. Are they going to look at it? Yep, they're going to look at it. I guess why not, right? Pitch out of the zone, a change up, and a good throw by Sanchez. Can't tell there.
VR is confident he is safe. I'll tell you, I'm not as confident as VR is.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's almost the same play as at second base. I mean, the call is out. I mean, I'm not sure there's enough to overturn it.
Boy. Not sure about the thinking there from VR.
Can't make the third out at third base. You got your number 3 hitter coming up. That happened to the Brewers in Miami too. Boy, that's bang bang.
That's another one. I mean, you're right. It's almost exactly like the play at second as far as the closeness of it. The fans here just saw a replay.
They're cheering.
They're cheering, but the Padres are walking off the field. And the call is out, and we are going to extra innings.
Oh,
boy, that's a big mistake.
Yeah, can't do it.
Got the winning run in scoring position with Jonathan Lucroy coming up, and VR runs into an out. Call is confirmed. So we carry on to the 10th we go. By Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Or a base running blunder by Jonathan VR. You appreciate the hustle, but a poor decision trying to swipe third base with Lucroy coming up especially.
Can't make the third out at third base. Not in that situation. You're already in scoring position. He's got good speed. He's going to score on a base hit anyway, but Brewers And once again, with a scoring opportunity, not able to get it done.
Tyler Thornburg on to pitch as we go to the 10th inning. Derek Norris leading off. Last seen on the field on Thursday, hit by Jimmy Nelson pitch. And we'll see how effective he is at the plate. He's taken 2 in a row.
Yeah.
See that padding he's wearing on his left hand. The 0-2 in the dirt.
And Tyler's been very good. He had a 3-up, 3-down 8th inning in last night's ball game. 24 punch outs in 15 innings this year. Pretty impressive stuff.
Foul tip. Norris hangs in there. Take you back to Thursday. This was the at bat for Norris, and right there on top of the hand.
Yeah.
Man. And that was a big Jimmy Nelson fastball as well. Norris pressed into duty. Will Myers left the game. No report yet from the Padres, but looked like he was clutching at his calf behind the lower leg. There's a fastball strike. Norris in about face. So Thornburg with a strikeout to start the 10th.
Yeah, the fastball pretty much right down the middle of the plate. There it is, the four-seam fastball, and I guess Norris was looking for something else.
Thornburg has that finishing kick on his fastball. He's got it back. He lost his fastball a couple of years ago, had the elbow injury. Another guy that decided against surgery, decided to rehab an elbow injury.
Well, and he's healthy this year. He says he's as healthy this year as he's been in a long, long time, and it's certainly proven out.
Fastball strike, good one. 95 miles an hour, and it's 0-2 on Upton.
Yeah, Upton took him deep on Thursday night. Got him on a fastball with 2 strikes.
Curveball misses. Good spot for it, though.
And we have seen Melvin Upton turn on some fastballs in this series. Breaking ball a little different.
Curveball lined into right, and that's going to fall. A base hit.
Yep, he waited back nicely, but that was a hanger. Held by Thornburg. He left that one up in the zone. Yep, a 1-2 pitch. You see the curveball grip. Here it comes, and it stays up in the strike zone. A very hittable curveball for Upton, and does a good job taking it to the opposite field.
Had them all balanced, but good piece of hitting there by Upton. Alexei Ramirez now. Fastball strike. 10th inning from Miller Park. Brewers had a comeback tonight. 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th to tie it. 14 men left on base for Milwaukee tonight. Ground ball. Thornburg drops it, fires it to second. Jeanette to first. Not in time.
Well, Brewers just having a difficult time tonight converting the double play chances. That's his second one in as many innings. They had an opportunity in the last inning when Jonathan Villar dropped one. And this would have been an easy double play had Thornburg been able to handle it right away. And clearly safe.
Two outs, and Hector Sanchez will bat. Well, he fired a bullet to third base to gunned down VR to win the last inning. Padres don't have many options left in their bullpen. Running out of players and pitchers, both managers. Craig Counsell's bullpen in much better shape than Andy Green's. Runner goes. Lucroy's throw sails wide. Stolen base for Ramirez, and now the Padres have the go-ahead run in scoring position. Fourth steal for Ramirez.
Yeah, good job by Aaron Hill backing it up and able to make the catch and keep Ramirez at second base.
Thornburg hoping the double play not turned doesn't bite him here. 1 ball, 1 strike on the switch hitting catcher. Sanchez beats it into the ground. Got plenty of time. Jeanette sets it up, and that'll do it. Thornburg with a scoreless 10th. Bottom of the 10th coming. Brewers looking for the walk-off. Jonathan Lucroy will lead off. All tied at 6 at Miller Park. Inning. Brewers Padres, game 3 of the series. Hasn't been the prettiest of games, but the Brewers had a nice comeback. Padres have committed 4 errors. There have been 2 catcher's interference plays on the Padres, as Christian Bethancourt is in now. And the Padres have 2 relievers left. One of them is Carlos Villanueva, who went multiple innings yesterday. So this is Leonel Campos. Right-hander's been up and down this year with San Diego.
Yeah, second time he's been with the Padres this year. Got recalled today, actually. Second stint with the Padres. He was down in El Paso in AAA. 10 games, 0-1, and a .593 earned run average. Cover getting bare for both managers down in the bullpen. Carlos Villanueva, the former Brewer, left for the Padres. You know, the Brewers have Marinez, who the Brewers called up a couple of days ago, and Capuano.
Well, Lucroy left standing in the on-deck circle as VR was thrown out at third last inning. Now he leads off. Santana to follow. Brewers looking for their first walk-off of the season. They are 1-0 in extra inning games. That victory came in Cincinnati. Wow, Campos missing badly. Lucroy hit the ball sharply his last time up, had a single to right center. He's 1 for 4. He has a walk tonight. He scored twice. And a big swing by Lucroy.
There's a nice changeup too. Everybody's throwing changeups this year. Fastball in the low to mid 90s, slider, curveball, and that changeup you just saw he threw to Lucroy. That's a good one.
Leonel Campos out of Venezuela, 28-year-old reliever. He got in 1 game in the big leagues last year. He was up for 6 games 2 years ago. Finally made it to the big leagues at age 26. Two and 1 to count on Lucroy. Beats it into the ground. Slow roller. Coming in, Rosales for out number 1. And here's Domingo Santana. Santana able to check his swing. Domingo has shown a very good eye at the plate tonight. 2 walks. He was also hit by a pitch. That hit by pitch came on a 3-2 count. He's seen a lot of pitches.
A good slider.
There is a concert tonight after the game.
Andy Grammer. Yeah. How's he doing?
I don't know. Might have to interview him again.
Make sure he's awake.
He had the ceremonial first pitch 4.5 hours ago. It was a beauty. Crowd of nearly 29,000 on hand tonight. Two balls and a strike. And it's in there for strike 2. Campos has been down in AAA El Paso. Used to be a Brewers AAA stop. Actually AA stop back in the day.
Yeah.
2-2 on the way, and it is inside. They've got a brand new downtown ballpark in El Paso now. It's supposed to be extraordinary. You know, they lost affiliated baseball for a few years.
I played in the old Dudley Dome.
Dudley Dome, and then they went to Cohen Stadium in El Paso in the Texas League. Now they're in the AAA Pacific Coast League. 3-2 pitch, and it's ball 4. Boy, what a night for Santana. His 3rd straight walk and his 4th trip on base. And there is the game-ending run at first base with Neuenhuis coming up.
And 11th walk. Brewers have walked 11 times tonight.
11 walks and 4 errors for the Padres.
Right, and they're still tied.
You say it like you can't believe it.
No, 11 walks, you figure the Brewers have like a 10-run lead. Right?
It's true. I mean, it's one of those games that the Brewers win. The first statement is, well, you walk 11 and commit 4 errors, you just can't win.
Right, yeah. But if they come back to win, you can hang your hat on that bullpen once again for the Brewers. I mean, they've been doing this all year. Amazing work out of that Brewers bullpen, and once again in a position to come back after being down by 4 runs.
Padres have not scored since the 5th inning when they got back-to-back home runs off Peralta from Will Myers and Matt Kemp. 2-0 to Nieuwenhuis. Big swing. 2-1.
Yeah, got a fastball to hit. Swung right through it.
I would imagine there is a tendency, as much as you try to fight it, but you get into extra innings, especially in the 10th inning, you want to hit one out if you're the home team. That approach usually doesn't work. 2-1. Now 3 balls and a strike. Started with Carlos Torres out of that bullpen. Blaine Boyer, then Blazek, Jefferson, Thornburg, all putting up zeros to give the Brewers a chance. 3 balls, 1 strike. Winning run at first base. Boy, Nieuwenhuis was taking a cut at it. Full count. Kirk's had a great night. 3 hits, 3 runs batted in, has a stolen base, 2 doubles in the game. Both of his doubles have produced runs.
And nearly hit one out of the ballpark in the 8th inning. That was caught.
That would have been a 3-run home run. Chase Jankowski all the way to the wall, deep left center. Full count. Campos delivers, little tapper back to the mound, and there is out number 2. But Santana advances into scoring position, and it'll bring up Aaron Hill with the game on the line. Well, this is the moment you live for if you're a big league hitter. Get a chance to win a game, to walk off the opponent. Outfield creeping in.
Boy, Jankowski very shallow out there in center field. That really opens up those gaps quite a bit. They're all shallow, but the center fielder way in.
You know, you expect it with 1 out or no outs. With 2 outs, there's a couple of ways you can play that.
Yeah.
Like they're in. Big lead for Santana. 0-2 the count on Hill.
Got a little flare down the right field line here.
That would work. He's had 9 career walk-offs. It's been a couple of years since his last one. He's in the hole, 0-2. Campos deals, and a swing and a miss, and we go to the 11th. What else did you have to do tonight? 6-6 Padres coming up. Sports Baseball Extra Innings presented by Jack Links. Feed your wild side. We move to the 11th now. Roof is all closed up on a cold night in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in the upper 30s now outside. Yikes. Chris Capuano will pitch. 6-6 game. And Capuano, who was warming up in the 4th inning, is now in the game in the 11th.
Finally loose.
Took him a while. I mean, he's an older guy. He's been around for a while.
Right. Sometimes take a little bit longer. Hey, 2 scoreless innings for Capuano. He hasn't pitched since Tuesday. You know, at Miami. Cappy, more strikeouts than innings pitched this year. And you figure Capuano might be asked to pitch a few innings. Only 1 left in the bullpen for Craig Counsell. Marinez, the newly acquired right-hander.
Perella sends one to left, playable for Presley. Out number 1. And it'll be Adam Rosales now, his 2nd at bat.
Both bullpens only have 3 guys left down there. You know, Lee Tunnell, Marcus Hanel, and Marinez. That's it. Oh, there you go.
That looks like Hernan Perez
That's
down
Perez
there.
hanging out.
Just watching a little video on the iPads, which is legal now. Or they're playing Words with Friends. I'm not sure. Is there a U in restaurant?
Yeah.
Rosales. Capuano evens the count. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Did you play that?
No, I had a quick run of it when it first came out. Then I got bored with it.
Yeah.
Don't want to get too smart, you know, Rock.
And I answer you. All right.
You were a spelling bee champion.
No.
Everybody knows.
No.
You just intimidated all of the other participants.
Bullied them.
Just a big old teddy bear, aren't you, Rock?
Yeah, you're right. You got me down.
1 and 2 now on Rosales. See what Capuano dials up here. Ahead in the count. High fastball. Did he go? He did not. Checks his swing. Both teams running out of manpower fast. Might have some pitchers pinch hitting at some point.
Yeah.
And nobody really wants to see that.
No, Brewers, you know, Ryan Braun, I guess he could run if he had to, but not sure he was going to get in that bat. I would imagine if he could hit, he would have hit already.
Mm-hmm. Who's your first pitcher to hit tonight, would you say? Who do you like?
Jimmy.
Jimmy? The secret weapon?
Yeah.
Okay. 3-2 on the way. And it's low, ball 4, and Rosales sprints his way to first base. It's a walk only in name for Rosales. There's the secret weapon. Probably thinking about a big at-bat, game on the line. I remember Giovanni Gallardo won a game in a pinch hit appearance
against the Orioles
a couple of years ago, and then he pitched the next day,
right,
and won the game.
Right.
So he won it with his bat one night, and then he won it with his arm the next.
A walk-off, yep.
And Jimmy has 3 hits this season. Bunted foul. Brewers haven't had any double switches tonight, so they're still in good shape, according to my messy scorebook.
Well, Capuano is going to be due up third coming up.
That's what I'm saying, right? He's a good bunter.
Have Cappy.
I think Cappy could leave.
Hit one out of here.
I really do. He's an athlete. He handled the bat well as a starter. Needs a double play here.
And the one thing he does a very good job of is holding runners. When he was starting, he had one of the better moves to first base in the big leagues. Always picking guys off.
That is Carlos Villanueva, who went multiple innings yesterday.
And I would imagine he's getting up just in case the Padres score a run. He would close this one out.
He's always been extremely durable, the former Brewer, but that would be asking a lot. That's the position they're in, though. And you look at the way the game has gone, and the Brewers, you know, through those innings after the starter, who was a spot starter tonight, Luis Perdomo, had to come out. You know, he just hit a pitch count situation. And Brad Hand is the one who gave Andy Green the great effort tonight. 4 innings. But the Brewers, after that, did have some base runners. They forced the hand of the Padres manager, and he had to start getting in his wheel of relievers earlier than he had hoped.
He used 3 pitchers in the 7th inning. Yeah.
And so the Brewers didn't score, but you keep pushing it down the line, and now they're actually in a better position to win as far as the pitching goes. They're stacked up a little bit better. But you got to keep them off the scoreboard. Jankowski has 2 walks surrounding an 0 for 3 here tonight. He grounded into a double play in the 2nd. Capuano is looking for another one of those. He's got to hit one hard at an infielder, though. He runs well. Good news is the game out west, the Dodger game, which started in Los Angeles, is in the 9th inning.
Almost over?
Yeah, it's almost over. So they'll be able to get home and watch our game, which
never happens.
Yeah, I mean, that's an advantage for us. Vin Scully can watch us as he goes to bed tonight. Not the other way around. I'm sure that'll be the first thing he does, too.
Right, first thing I always do when I get home.
Watch Vin Scully or
put
yourself.
Another game on.
Yeah. I mean, you got to admit it's kind of nice to put on a Vin Scully game
it is
before
very,
you.
Yeah, it is. It's like a lullaby.
The greatest of them all, of us all. In his final year, there is a beautiful story in Sports Illustrated written by Tom Verducci on Vin Scully. Search it out.
Yeah.
It's worth your time. Just wait till the game ends. 1-2 the count. Long pause. And there's the ground ball. Jeanette, VR, Carter. Double play. Inning over. All right. The Brewers coming up. Tie game, 11th inning. after the double play ball induced from Capuano. Let's see if the Brewers can get this thing home. Brewers coming up with a chance to end it right here and now. And if you're just picking us up, where you been? We've been here for a long time, like maybe almost 5 hours. Way back in the 5th inning. These are the last runs the Padres scored. Wil Myers and Matt Kemp went back-to-back off Peralta to make it 6-2 San Diego. And then after the Brewers had some opportunities left on base, they scored twice in the 7th inning and then got 2 more in the 8th to tie it. Presley had the RBI infield hit. Then there was an error. One of 4 San Diego errors tonight. And that's where we sit, 6-6. As we go to the bottom of the 11th inning, and the man who had that base hit, Alex Presley, will lead off this 11th inning.
Yeah, that was a nice at bat that he had. Presley's been swinging the bat well. You got to get something going here.
So at this point of the game, the Padres have used all of their position players. Wil Myers had to leave the game with an injury. And the Brewers have 1 player left. That would be Ryan Braun. And he did not start tonight because of a wrist injury. That's why Presley was in there. So not sure if he's available or not.
Yeah, both teams only have 1 reliever left in the bullpen.
Brewers pitcher spot is due up 3rd in this inning. 2nd inning for Leonel Campos. Presley leads off, then Carter, which will be his 3rd at bat.
That kind of a deceptive delivery, and he's got pretty good command of his off speed. We saw some good sliders and changeups, which will automatically make his fastball more effective. And last pitch, a slider.
Journeyman right-hander, up and down between the minor leagues and the major leagues. And Presley goes, pitches in the dirt. Bethancourt will secure it at first. Out number 1. Brewers have really struggled with runners in scoring position tonight. I got them 2 for 16 at this point.
There's that slider once again, and Presley not able to hold up.
Brewers have left 15 on base, including a runner in scoring position with 1 out last inning. Here's Carter. He's already in scoring position. And he has just missed on 2 home runs tonight.
Yeah, good swing right there on a very hittable pitch. Yeah, 1 to right and 1 to center, or 1 to left. Everybody thought he hit that 1 to left his last time up. A 3-run shot it would have been, but yeah, it didn't carry out of the ballpark.
He was part of the comeback, though, Carter. Pinch hitting in the 7th inning. Had a sac fly. 2 career walk-offs. 2 years ago had one as a member of the Astros against the Diamondbacks. He is 0 for his last 21 at the plate. There's Capuano. He will hit. Carter breaks his bat. And there is out number 2. So Capuano, with the Brewers out of position players, will hit.
And more importantly, out of pitchers. I mean, you got one left. You don't want to burn him after 1 inning. Capuano's going to have to give you a few tonight.
Does he have a little magic in him?
Home run magic?
We shall see. He's had one in the big leagues. When he was a starter, he hit regularly. Very good athlete. He runs well. He might even have his own helmet at this point. Been a long time for Capuano at the plate. Had 1 plate appearance last year as a member of the Yankees. Prior to that, he had not had a plate appearance in the major leagues since 2013. Odds are against him. 2 balls and a strike. That's what's going to make it so memorable, Rock.
You never know. He's got a bat in his hand. Always dangerous, right?
2 outs. 11th inning. 3 balls and a strike. Got him thinking. He's got him thinking. VR would be next. Back to the top of the Brewers order. If you're wondering, Capuano's home run came as a Brewer back in '07.
Good work.
Hitters count for him. Ball 4. Man, oh man. How about that? Chris Capuano draws a walk. His first walk since 2013.
Wow. And the 12th issued by the Padres.
And now the winning run at first base. Capuano, by the way, can run. I mean, obviously he's not as fast as he once was. None of us are, but he is a very good athlete that can run.
Speak for yourself.
All right, Jonathan VR now. A strike.
I'd be interesting to know at some point, has there ever been a game with 4 errors by a team and 12 walks?
And 2 catcher's interference calls.
Right. Well, that's 2 errors.
I'm going to say no. Oh, and 2 on VR.
I will bet it's a first for the Brewers.
I think so. VR quickly down 0-2. Two outs, 11th inning. VR trying to be the hero tonight. Ground ball to third. Rosales will go across in time. We go to the 12th. 6-6. Battle of attrition tonight. 6-6 Padres Brewers. Yeah, they're still having fun. Still having a concert tonight. Andy Grammer patiently waiting. Somebody get him on the horn. Let's get him out here.
Get him some coffee.
He may need to pitch later.
Yeah, we saw him throw a pretty good strike, right? Later, early on.
Kids are dancing. Oh, these are good memories right here, Rock.
Yep, no school tomorrow.
Extra inning games.
Free baseball.
Going on 5 hours.
How many NBA games could you have gotten in?
Maybe 3 at this point. All right. You know, that's the beauty of it. There is no clock. Well, there is a clock, but not for the length of the game. Chris Capuano back out there after his glorious walk last inning. Christian Bethancourt at the plate, and he's taking a rip at the fences. There's a lot of guys with the big swings right now.
Yeah, that's the thing. You get past the 10th inning or so, and guys are trying to be the star, hit the home run to be the guy that wins the game.
Down the right field line, slicing foul. 0-2 now on Bethancourt. Bethancourt, the backup catcher, or at least tonight the backup catcher with Hector Sanchez starting. And that ball's in the left, playable for Presley. Out number 1.
That can of corn out there in left. He got that one down on the handle. It's that cut fastball from Chris Capuano.
How many more innings do you have left on your scorebook?
Mine goes up to 14.
And then what?
Then I add another column.
So you can sneak 15 out of there.
I can sneak 15, yep.
Matt Kemp's coming up. Derek Johnson wants to chat here with Capuano.
How about yours at when you get in the press box?
Well, it's endless. Mine's endless. It goes to 15. I could sneak one more. I mean, I could easily sneak 4 more innings out of that.
You see? Look, you're on camera.
Then I
by
could
the
go
way.
to this side.
Yeah, okay. See?
You got a lot of room over here you could work. Not a whole lot of research going on this side.
I'll just go on the other page.
Oh.
I'll just make another page.
Start anew.
I got plenty.
I just have this one. That Bob Uecker alarm clock's probably going to be coming back here in a minute, too. Had Jeff Jenkins on the broadcast. I'm sure he's still here having some fun.
Do you have that contract he signed?
I do. Filed it away, committed to fantasy camp, signed a 5-year deal. A 5-year, $5 contract to coach fantasy camp.
I think Gorman and Gumby are still out there in the dew deck.
If either one of those two is still here, my guess it would be Jim Gander. Oh, 0-2 to Matt Kemp. Triple away from the cycle. And it's been that way since he homered in the 5th. Let's see. The dew deck seems fairly empty. And I don't see any
I don't see Gorman.
Former Brewers. That girl's got some energy, though. No, maybe not. Just used it all up.
Dad, you said that Andy Grammer was going to be here.
Oh, man. He's going to put on a great show, I promise. 0-2 pitch. Down he goes. Capuano pulled the string on him. 2 outs.
He's got a good changeup. Man, the changeup is the pitch. These days, everybody seems to have a good one, and that one perfectly located down in the strike zone to get Kemp.
This Brewers bullpen has been great.
Yes, it has.
Starting with Carlos Torres way back in the 5th inning. Capuano working in his 2nd inning, facing Derek Norris, and Norris sends one out of here. That was a no-doubter, and the Padres now lead 7-6.
Wow.
Well, just when you wondered if Norris was still feeling the effects of that sore wrist, there was no problem with that one. That was a bomb.
And 3rd home run for the Padres tonight. Boy, he launched that one. First pitch, changeup. You see the difference in the location between the 2 pitches. The changeup that struck out Matt Kemp down below the knees, and that one up in the eyes, and he turned on it and knocked it out of here. No doubter, halfway up those bleachers out there in left.
3rd home run for Norris. So the Padres have scored for the first time since the 5th inning. Their last 3 runs are via the solo home run. Well, the Brewers are going to have Jeanette, Lucroy, and Santana coming up in the bottom of the 12th. You needed 1 anyway. Now you just need 2.
Yeah.
Melvin Upton, formerly known as B.J. Upton. Two balls and a strike. Well, it's time for the offense to pick up the bullpen now. Pitchers have been holding down the fort for a long time, and the Brewers have had plenty of base runners, plenty of opportunities to score.
Yeah, a lot of zeros up on that board on the Padres side of the scoreboard. Yeah, the first run here in the 12th, the first since the 5th inning.
And that ball is hammered to center field. Neuenhuis can only turn and watch this one go. So back-to-back solo homers for the 2nd time tonight for the Padres. That's number 5 for Upton.
And he has been on everything in this series. He is having himself a nice series. His 4th hit, 2nd home run of the series, and Padres have a 2-run lead.
Upton with his 4th hit of the night to go along with a walk. 8-6. Back-to-back homers with 2 outs against Capuano. Tough one.
Yeah. First one was a changeup, and second one a fastball on a 3-1 count. Norris hit the first pitch changeup out of the ballpark.
Oh, 0-2 on Alexei Ramirez. Final game tomorrow, day game. .12:30 airtime tomorrow. Ground ball to VR. 2 in the inning. Capuano 2 outs, nobody on. Surrenders back-to-back homers. Norris and Upton, and both were no doubters. And now the Padres lead 8-6. Do the Brewers have another comeback in them? We go to the bottom of the 12th. Well, it's always fun when you get 2 sausage races. And they're running just as hard as they did 3 hours ago. The Polish was your second race winner if you're scoring home. 8-6, San Diego leads it, and Carlos Villanueva is on to try to save it for San Diego. Rocky has 10 career saves. 6 of those came as a member of the Brewers.
Yeah, 2 innings in last night's ball game, and Carlos Villanueva actually was it was last night. 2 innings scoreless, 3 hits, 3 strikeouts for Villanueva.
Well, Carlos and Chris Capuano once teammates with the Brewers. Carlos's last year with Milwaukee was 2010, and he's been in a few stops since. Toronto, he pitched for the Cubs, Cardinals last year, and picked up with the Padres this year. He's the one giving the big effort tonight. After 2 innings yesterday, he's back on the mound. Brewers have Jeanette to start it, then Lucroy.
Villanueva barely touches 90 miles an hour, but he's got a pretty good arsenal of off-speed pitches, different speeds. Just threw a change up the scooter.
Got him in a hole, 1-2. And he strikes him out for out number 1.
Yep, on a fastball at 89 miles an hour that got front of the plate.
If the Brewers don't come back here in this 12th inning, it's going to be one of those nights where the Padres are going to feel, how did we win that game? And the Brewers are going to think, how did we lose it?
Right.
With so many opportunities. They had it all stacked in their favor. 16 runners left on base for Milwaukee. Lucroy sends one high in the air, left center. Did he get it? Going back, and it is gone. A home run. Jonathan Lucroy makes it a 1-run game on his 4th home run of the season.
Well, hit it high, it just kept carrying, and now the Brewers are down by a run. Fastball from being a wave up in his eyes, and look at the way he's able to level off that swing and knock it out of here. Got some good backspin. Hit it high. Janikowski ran out of room.
That was a great way to describe that. Level off his swing. You could almost see the little hitch in his swing to get the bat level.
Right. And you uppercut that. That's a pop-up, or you just foul it off. But he leveled it off the swing, able to get enough of it, the top of the baseball, to ride it on out of here.
Domingo Santana out to second base and out number 2. Kurt Neuenhuis, last hope for the Brew Crew. Get a man on. Put the tying run on. Aaron Hill would be next. You know he's looking for another opportunity. Neuenhuis looking for his 4th hit of the night. Oh, 2 now. Don't forget Brewers Live postgame coming up as soon as we're done here tonight. Craig Kashawn patiently standing by. All by himself tonight.
Yeah, he is all down there.
0-2 pitch. Neuenhuis strikes out. The ball game is over. And the Brewers lose a tough one here tonight. The game they should have won. Andy Green and the Padres win. They go to 17-21. Derek Norris and Melvin Upton Jr. with the back-to-back home runs that proved to be game winners. Time for Brewers Live. Let's check in with Craig Kashawn. You're still awake out there, buddy. Take it away.
I have been waiting and waiting. Great job, you guys, tonight. A long one here. Padres win this one in 12. And how big was that second home run, as it turns out, in that 12th inning by Upton? We'll review it all and hear from Craig Counsell next.